And ahoy, my friends! How the fudge are you going? We are live on YouTube again. Woo! How you going? I am your friend streamer, occasional lover, Sabaton Liam here, coming at you with another Call of Cthulhu Friday. I hope you're all going very well on this day, evening, afternoon, night, or morning, wherever you may be. I hope you're having a good one. Miss Kitty Bell over on Twitch, a big ahoy to you, and Smithy in the chat, also in the game. And Blue Collar Gamer, ahoy, my friendo. I hope you're all going well. Let's get to it. Let's not waste any more time, because we are on a time limit. Hard cut off at 11:30.
But
I ain't
it's
in a
coming.
rush. I ain't in a rush.
Yes, you are.
Nope.
Why aren't we in a rush now?
Sitting
Oh,
on
we're
and
talking
rolling
about
back.
future adventures.
Oh.
M2's getting some ideas for the Western campaign, but that's not for a while.
You
First,
guys
a couple
sit there
others
and go,
wanna run.
You don't need ideas for that now. That's ages away, buddy. I got ideas for characters for like about 6 individual D&D campaigns.
Yep,
I play the long game.
he sure does. But welcome everyone to episode 6 of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Tonight's episode is entitled Devil's Canyon.
Ooh.
I hope everyone is well tonight, and we'll jump right into it. Make it a nice, short and sweet one. So, last episode, our heroes journeyed to Cannock, Scotland, on the trail of the Silver Twilight. Here, they managed to foil a Silver Twilight plot and snatch the Rillia disc from the clutches of a serpent person cult. It's been about 3 weeks since then. It's mid to late June 1930, and after returning to the States and recovering from their ordeal, our heroes have decided to follow the other lead that they were given, which is, of course, to search for the Ark of Vlactos in the state of
Dale, can I interrupt you for a second? Is this music Resident Evil?
No, it's not. It's non-copyright.
Okay, I'm sorry, it sounded like Resident Evil 2.
Hello.
Yes. Welcome, Wilbur.
And also, you're getting a bit, sort of,
Underwater.
underwater.
There we go. Just popping up me sensitivity a bit. I was playing with the music then because it's playing too loud for me, and Louis was not listening to volume commands, but now it's fine. Okay. Yeah, so you've recovered from your ordeal in Scotland, and you've decided that you're going to follow the next lead for the Ark of Vlactos in California. Now, when you were investigating the Look to the Future organization just before the ordeal in Scotland, you actually learned through Dan Blythe that a film production company affiliated with Look to the Future were filming a production in a remote part of the Mojave Desert, the Devil's Canyon. And you suspected at the time this was merely a cover for getting Silver Twilight agents down there to search for the Ark of Vlactos. Just the same, this is the most prominent lead you have, and so through Dan Blythe's connections in the film industry, you have decided to look into this, and you have come to learn that indeed a film production studio by the name, it's not bad M2, it's just little bits of feedback. It's
I've
not
turned
bothering
down-
me that much. But,
I have turned the background noise down a fair bit.
yeah, maybe. It could be, yeah, because you got a movie playing.
We need to
at
get your
once.
headphones, bruh.
Yeah, well, on the to-do list.
So through Dan Blythe's contacts, you decide to look into this, and you discover that there is indeed a film production studio known as Look to the Future Pictures that was filming a production in Devil's Canyon. However, the production only lasted for a couple of weeks, for it was mysteriously put on hold after the mysterious death of the director. And so, uh, Dan Blythe makes some calls, and he calls a meeting between all of you one day, and has you purchases train tickets for all of you to come and meet him down in LA. You travel to LA and you meet Dan Blythe in his favorite restaurant, which is a block away from his production studio, Dinzo Blythe Films. And over a big plate of spaghetti and bolognese, as he slurps the pasta.
You mean a
into his
bucket?
lips.
Because it's Blythe.
Yes. He tells you that he has dug up some information that you might want to look into. Namely, that this film being produced by, being bankrolled by Look to the Future Productions, was being produced and developed by a friend of his, Grant Winwood, a producer and the owner of a studio called Atlas Films. I would like each of you to make an education check, please.
That
upon
I
hearing
can do, my
Grant
good chum.
Winwood's name.
Education.
Education.
That is just on a pass.
Yeah, it's only just.
Roll. The hombre. That'll be a fail for me.
That is a pass for me.
Pass, yep. Okay. So, you've heard of Winwood before. Aside from being a film producer, you know that he is an important businessman who inherited a railroad fortune and used this to branch into stocks and movies. Most notably, he has for many years backed the late director Eric von Warnstein, whose films have won international acclaim. Indeed, Eric von Warnstein was the director who had been attached to this Look to the Future project. This master of cinema recently died while shooting this film, The Prince of Babylon, an expensive desert epic. The San Bernardino County Coroner's Inquest ruled his shooting a hunting accident. But
Sounds
you
a bit
all,
sus.
yes. Those of you who have a cult, I'd like you to make an occult check, please.
Oh boy, do I have a cult. That is an extreme pass.
That is a hard pass for me.
No, that is
Fair enough.
a normal pass for me.
Of course, it will be a
Very
hard
well.
pass for you, Eduardo.
You
Everything's hard for
three-
Eduardo.
You three have also heard of Winwood through other means. He's also famous for his belief in almost every facet of the occult. Newspapers claim that many of his investments and many of his film projects that he greenlights are made on the basis of his daily horoscope or from the portents of I Ching. I Ching, a Japanese horoscope, essentially. Chinese
okay.
horoscope. So, says Dan Blythe as he opens his mouth wide and shovels a big fork full of spaghetti and meatballs in. He chews. So, I was thinking, given that Look to the Future were bankrolling this film, and I happen to know the guy who was producing it, and famous director has died in mysterious circumstances, not unlike a certain famous director of my own studio. At this, you see him finger the Mackie Moose medallion that hangs over his many neck.
Is pushing a bar.
He says, I thought I'd invite you all down here and we'd go pay Mr. Winwood a visit. He tilts the plate up on an angle and slurps the last of the juice from the pasta sauce, and then he licks his lips. and he says, "What do you say, my friends?"
If you put that spaghetti down, you got. Oh.
He shrugs, and then he places the plate back on the table. Not before he runs his hand over the rim of it and then starts noisily licking his fingers.
Ah, Jesus.
Oh my. Words just cannot fathom.
Right. Hey guys, starting out for a sec to grab dinner.
No worries, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So having agreed to Dan Blythe's to follow Dan Blythe's advice, you managed to arrange a meeting with Mr. Winwood to speak with him at his home at 7 o'clock that evening. When the clock ticks at 7, several luxury, 2 or 3 luxury cars arrive outside your motel with drivers claiming to have been sent by Winwood. All 3 of them luxurious limousines spared no expense, and you were driven in luxury to a large Spanish style mansion in the hills just above Hollywood. The limousines wend their way up the narrow, curving driveway and park in front of Winwood's hacienda. The drivers open the doors, let you out, and then you are led in through the entrance of the hacienda into the millionaire producer's book-filled office. As you enter, I would like you to make spot hidden checks, please.
Can I push that?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a hard pass.
Oh no. Okay, that's another fail for me.
Oh, that's better. That's a hard
I'll
pass.
do one hard pass, and I'll do one for Wilbur. Okay, well, hard pass. So as you enter, you in particular, Edward, you notice that in Winwood's office, he has a huge collection of books on display, most of them appearing to be on the topics of magic and the paranormal. I would like you to make an occult check, please.
Can it be pushed?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm back.
Oh, there
You're
we
back.
go. A cult that is an extreme pass.
Extreme pass. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm going to disconnect and connect again to try to fix Louis here.
Oh, what's wrong with Louis? He's fine with me.
Yeah, no, he wasn't fine with me. He was playing at full volume and wouldn't go down. Now he's playing at the correct volume.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, Edward, you glance at the spines of the books as you follow everyone into the office, and you notice that his collection consists of about 50% significant work and 50% trash. The significant works include a valuable first edition of Fraser's The Golden Bow and a hand-printed Latin volume titled Secrets of the Adamites, revealed by H. Bosch. Needless to say, if you ever got a chance to sit down with these books, you might find the occult knowledge within quite enlightening.
Hmm.
Interesting choice of words.
However, you all enter the office and seated down in a red upholstered armchair is Grant Winwood himself. He appears to be a pleasant but loud, large, beefy man, not dissimilar to Dan Blythe, though perhaps with a bit of a healthy attitude towards his weight and a bit of a more personable demeanor. As you enter, he stands up from his chair, holds out the glass of wine he is drinking in an imaginary toast, takes a sip, and he says, "Ah, Blythe, my good friend. And entourage? I was expecting you. Please, please take a seat. Make yourselves comfortable." He
Why, thank
gestures
you.
to the other lounge chairs and to the bottle of wine, which is seated on a small side table beside him. You notice he has placed 4 empty glasses beside it.
I glance over it and go, nah, I'm good, thanks. I usually try to stay sober when I'm on the job.
He brushes his hand at you and says, suit yourself, and then quickly grabs the wine and refills his own glass. After you have made yourselves comfortable, he once again raises his glass in faux toast, and he says, So, Blythe said on the phone you wanted to, talk about, that mess, Prince of Babylon, and, my poor old friend, Von Varnstein. He sighs as he takes a sip. He says, Blythe said you got a knack for, uncovering the truth, and, look, I'm gonna be open with you. This whole production, something was wrong with it from the start.
Yes, I've heard a few things. There was a murder, apparently. I know of it.
He says, murder, well, that's what I want you to find out. He says, you see, official record has it that, Eric, was killed in a hunting accident during filming, but, thing is, and the media's trying to cover this up, he, shot himself. He was found, in the cafeteria, self-inflicted bullet wounds, and, well, from what he'd been telling me in the weeks leading up to that, something was going terribly wrong on set.
So I'm assuming the shooting wasn't accidental in nature.
He says, well, no, I don't believe so. He says, look, I had a bad feeling about this from the start. He takes a sip. He says, normally, when it comes to films, especially with Eric, we work on our own. We do it in-house with our own studio. We book the set. We fund everything. We bankroll it, use all our own equipment. Suddenly, I'm approached from the blue by these look to the future guys looking to bankroll a film, desert epic. Well, Eric had been wanting to make a similar project for a while, so he jumped at the chance to have it all paid for. Look, their only condition was that they had to have Devil's Canyon as the set. They said it had something to do with property tax, and they wouldn't take anywhere else. Even when we offered to film in-house in our studio with a fake set, no, they wanted to film out in the Mojave, right? He says, then we get to filming, and, well, Eric calls me, tells me filming's going okay, except these look to the future guys. I sent a bunch of, described them as, stiffs down on set. At first, they said they were there to supervise, but, they didn't seem to spend a lot of time on set. Instead, according to Eric, they spent most of their time out in the desert, scouting for, future projects, reportedly. Anyway, he confronts them, asks what they're doing out there. Are they interested in his film? Why are they spending so much time in the desert, And apparently they tell him they're running into complications, having trouble finding what they're looking for, and then, well, stuff just starts to go wrong on set. It was a downward spiral from that moment up until the end. He finishes off his wine and then immediately pours the 3rd glass.
What kind of things have been going on exactly?
He says, Eric, he told me about, what did he say? He described it as a malign presence infesting the set. Said something about this aura of doom and foreboding that lingered around the set, making everyone feel a little on edge. Mysterious circumstances, objects in places they shouldn't be, strange noises, things like that. There was no obvious physical manifestation. Though apparently some equipment was destroyed under fairly mysterious circumstances. Now, look, I happen to on the side dabble in well, he gestures towards the bookcase housing his collection of occult tomes.
Adult.
Right.
Well, we're making that kind of movie, are we?
He says, "Look, I started to think maybe, they disturbed an Indian burial ground, or they upset something in the desert. I told Eric to get out of there, and he wanted to continue filming, and besides, the guys from Look to the Future wouldn't let him halt production, and then, well, he kills himself, filming's shut down, production company leaves, and, well, look, bad things didn't just happen to Eric as well. The female lead, Monica Anakova, heads back to New York after filming stops. A week later, jumps out of the 34th floor window in her apartment building, down to her death in the street. No reason why, no suicide note, no nothing. The male lead, James Raven, well, ever since then, he's just been lurking around the studio. He's completely cuckoo. He talks to invisible friends and lunges at them with his prop foil. He says only one who is willing to stay in contact with me after that mess was our cameraman, Pierre.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Did you say Pierre saw this or Pierre's? Sorry.
He says our cameraman, Pierre, is the only member of the production that I'm still in regular contact with. Female lead fell to her death, and poor old Raven, well, I think he's been a little sick since what happened, though I'm not sure there's much we can do for him aside from keeping him out of harm's way.
So what was the name of the male lead?
Yeah. Oh no, so that's the cameraman.
He says James Raven. And of course, most of you have heard of James Raven. He's a relatively well-known movie star. And you do actually recall reading some recent articles talking about some sort of nervous breakdown or mysterious illness.
Where might we find this Pierre?
He says, well, look, here's Pierre's address. He reaches for a notepad on the side table. He writes something down on it and then rips off the piece of paper and hands it to you. He says, though, if you want to head down to the studio, maybe check out Eric's office. Maybe see if you can't track down poor old Raven, question him on what he saw up there. If you can make sense of his insane ramblings, feel free to do that too. If you tell him I sent you, the studio police will let you through. And if you do go, he reaches into a wide breast pocket and pulls out a key ring. These keys will let you into Von Varnum's office.
I'll take the keys off him.
As you take the keys, Dan Blythe finishes eating a chocolate bar that he's been nibbling on during this whole talk, and he says, interesting. And to think you would never let me set foot inside Atlas Studios for fear of spoiling trade secrets, was it? He smiles with a shit-eating grin. Winwood looks at him. He says, I'm giving you access to Von Varnum's office. I ain't letting you walk around production. You're not there to take a tour. And anything you find in Von Varnum's office, well, you make sure you put it back where you found it. That's studio property. Holds his ginormous fingers together like salamis, and then he leans back in his chair, and he says, so, I've about told you the skinny. Anything in particular you want to know about that I might not have mentioned?
Well, this seems like it's a mighty fine collection of books. Do you mind if I take a peek at them?
He says, oh, something of an occultist yourself.
Well, I dabble.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, have you picked your third spell?
I never got a third spell. I didn't look at the book again.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he hasn't looked at it again. We still got one more look at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make another occult roll, please, Edward.
Hmm.
Would you like to push that?
Sure. Oh, that is a pass.
There we go.
You tell him that you are somewhat of an occultist, and furthermore, you list off a couple of your favorite authors and your opinions on their works, and his eyes seem to lighten up. He basically bounds out of his seat with a dexterity you've never seen from his contemporary Dan Blythe, rushes over to the bookshelf and pulls out 3 or 4 tomes, sticks them in a stack, and then pushes them into your hands. And he says, "My boy, you gotta read these ones. Classics in their field. Look, if you're gonna be looking into this thing for me, take them with you. You're gonna be here for a while. You got plenty of time to read them. Just make sure you bring them back at some point."
All right.
Well, I appreciate that very much, good sir.
So this guy is a film producer, yeah.
Yes.
Just like what? What are the type of movies that he normally?
He says, "Well, look, we normally focus on, we'll say action adventure films. The last big hit we had was Sinbad on the Seven Seas. Sort of a pirate thief movie. The one Eric was working on, in fact, was sort of similar. It was going to be about swashbucklers in the desert. Prince of Babylon. The media loves to talk about it. They keep talking about how it's gone way above budget, but this has been a passion project of Eric's for a while now. And as soon as those Look to the Future guys said they would pay for all of it, he jumped at the chance."
Sounds like it was right up your alley there, Captain.
He frowns and he says, "Such a shame. The film will never be finished, and no one will see any of the work that was done so far." He frowns. Make a psychology check, please.
Oh shit, me.
You got me a little bit. Might as well see what I can work out.
Hey, that's a 3.
Ooh.
Nice.
That.
All right.
That's a 20 pass.
That's
Goddamn.
2 passes. You notice as he laments about the film never being seen and how everything that was done has been destroyed, that he frowns in a way and speaks in a way that suggests he isn't quite truthful. He quickly brushes off your follow-up questions by saying that there's no surviving footage of the film and tries his best to get off that topic.
Oh no, my next question was, for a man that makes a lot of action adventure movies, he's got a strangely large amount of books of the occult.
He says, "Well, yeah, as I said, it's something I dabble in.
Now,
Some
when
of that
you say
stuff
dabble,
actually pays dividends." He says, "Well, I'm a... how do you say it?" He strokes his multiple chins and he says, "I'm a kind of a true believer, I think there's things out there in the world that man doesn't quite understand, and, sometimes that kind of stuff makes for a good damn story in a film."
Alright, question for you, Dale. My blessed blade, does it glow at all?
It does slightly.
Alright, I'd like...
Only if you point it out.
Yeah.
Most people wouldn't notice.
Yeah, I'd like to just like, well, check this out and see what you think of it. And I take the my saber out of its sheath.
And you show it to him. He takes it and he looks at it and he says, "There's a strange glow coming from the metal that you..." He hands your saber back to you and then he smiles. He says, "Well, we have a fellow occultist," he points at Edward, "and you, well, dear Captain, I dare say you seem to be a true believer as well.
Shit I've seen. I can't afford not.
At this
I
point,
would-
you kind of have to roll with the punches.
I would
Eh.
like you, Captain, to please make a charm check.
You should. Pretty sure you do.
Hey.
Oh yeah, shit I do. Fuck. That is a 34, which... that is a hard pass.
He looks at you and he thinks for a moment. And then he opens his mouth and he says, look, I promised Eric that I wouldn't let any of the footage of the film make it into outsiders' hands if anything did happen to him. We were both convinced that something, well, should I say, evil was on set. He looks at Dan Blythe and he says, and not evil in the way that the animators over at your studio reuse 50% of the frames.
Hi-yo!
Hello. Hello.
Hello. I
What
mean
that is?
evil as in they disturbed something while they were filming. And I happen to have, I'm pretty sure, the last surviving reel of everything they filmed so far. If you want to, and you think you can handle it, then you can view it in the projector room.
I think, against my better judgment, I think that would be a good idea. Try to get the bottom debacle.
He claps his hands together, clears his throat, and stands up, placing his empty wine glass back down on the table. And then he reaches out a stumpy hand to Blythe and he says, "Need help getting up there, Blythe, my old friend?"
Just a bit, sorry.
So, M1, for context, this is a film producer who's a friend of yours from a rival studio. You take his hand, and as he's about to pull you up, you groan with fake effort, as if you're both exerting yourselves, and climb out of the seat. Winwood then leads you out of his office, up a flight of stairs, into a private screening room where a projector and a canvas screen are set up. Next to the projector is a wooden trunk with the initials AVV carved into him. Eric von Varnum. His director friend, his star director, his Waldo Disnzo. He says, all of Eric's personal effects are in the trunk there. Reel of film is with him. Look, I already saw this thing once. I'm not eager to look at it again, so I'll be waiting downstairs. He takes one last look at you and then exits the room, pulling the door slowly shut behind him. What would you like? Would you like to open the chest?
Can I have rapid donor?
Yeah.
I'm
You've
gonna.
been
go
eating
with-
the whole time you've been here.
I'm gonna.
Were there chairs sort of just like in the room or something that I could start looking at these books?
Yes, there is a couple just wooden chairs opposite the canvas screen for presumably for Winwood and his investors to take a seat at while they're screening films.
Yeah, I'm gonna start having a look at these books.
Sure. You take a seat and you begin to open the first book while the rest of you gather around Eric von Varnum's trunk. Christopher, you grab the latch and you pull the trunk open, and as it opens, it creaks. A loud creak that echoes through the room. The most interesting objects in the chest, aside from various piles of spare clothing, a film mortarboard, and a couple of directorial notes, are a reel of outtakes from the movie Prince of Babylon, and a pair of very unusual bright red prismatic camera lenses.
Oh no.
That
We're not
how
gonna
the
know
tripod was made.
We're not going to know anything about these in
Nope.
game.
Yeah, no.
In game, but out of character, you know what these are most likely.
Yep.
Can one of you guys, or can I do an electrical repair check to see if my camera and those prismatic lens have anything in common? So we'll be able to just, I don't know.
Well,
Yes,
well,
you
well.
can.
First, we'll probably want to try to study them, anything like that, because we know what
Oh,
they
yeah,
are, but our
yeah.
characters don't.
Yeah, our characters won't know shit.
Oh, that's why I'm using the repair check to see if I can find out and try and study it.
Make an electrical repair check, please, Dan Blythe.
All right. Give me a second. P100. Okay. Can I push it?
Yes, go ahead.
And that means I'm like squinting really hard, so the bag's about to burst open. My donut's about to be tripped on. Oh, it's a pass.
You examine, as everyone else gets to work setting up the film reel, you take a look at the prismatic lenses and you just examine them in relation to to Waldo Dinzo's character camera that you can carry around, and you notice that although these could be made to fit to a camera, it appears that Von Barnum has had them specifically custom made, perhaps for his own camera. And without considerable work, such as grinding them down to the correct size, you're unable to fit them to your own camera. However, you do discern their use. Once fitted to a camera, anything filmed through the camera would be filmed through these lenses, thus applying any filter effect provided by these lenses to the overall film itself.
Hey guys, you want to take it?
You could take these if you think they'll be useful.
I would like to do we can take them and we can ask.
I was going to say, I'm
Winwood?
pretty sure you'd have to ask him, because I'm pretty sure he very specifically said don't take stuff from the actual thing.
Yeah, we can.
I'll take $20 alone. It's fine. I'm rich.
Hey Dale, I'm
I
back. I just
don't
had
think
to
he's
do a
going to
call
want a
thing.
rival taking
Yep.
stuff
With
from
the-
their own.
I would like to ask him what they are. Like, it's a bit strange that I have a red lens when
The
we
main-
reach the age of Technicolor.
Exactly. In the meantime, would you like to set up the projector and watch the film?
Is there anything else in the trunk?
There's a couple spare sets of clothes, mainly overalls. There's one of those, black and white clapping mortarboards,
Oh yeah.
and a couple of just miscellaneous notes and storyboards.
But nothing of, like, major note.
No.
Let's set up the.
Wilbur, I would like you to make a mechanical repair check to set the film up on the projector. Because these are old 1930s projectors. They're not designed to be used by laymen, and they do require a bit of mechanical knowledge to operate. So, yes, Wilbur Wallace, Tom, make a mechanical repair check, please. Is he gone again? I thought he just said he was
No,
gone.
no. I'm back. I was just replied.
Yep.
Was trying to work out what we're up to, so I just had to field it. Yeah, that's how.
Yes.
Can I push it?
Would you like to push it?
I would like to push it.
Hey.
Hard success.
You fiddle with the projector for a moment, and it's easy enough to figure out once you know what you're doing, and you kind of scoff and wonder why projectionists need years of training to operate this thing. But you slide the film reel into place, and you all sit back as the film begins to play. The film, The Prince of Babylon, is a desert action romance melodrama in the style of Beau Geste and the Four Feathers. Winwood's outtake reel runs about 30 minutes, and it mainly consists of retakes of the same scenes, sometimes dozens of them in a row. Other snippets are plainly alternate versions of scenes that have been discarded as inferior. The finished product, according to the notes on the film reel, was estimated to be about 4 hours long. Much of it, of course, was never shot. Nothing on the outtakes reel is visibly horrible or extraordinary. However, some scenes have a disturbing subliminal quality that racks your minds. The first such scene is an unremarkable shot of several scimitar wielding dervishes charging across the desert towards a gang of rival warriors. While your eyes assure you that there is nothing unusual presented in this scene, the depths of your psyche tells you that awful and malign forces were present while this scene was being filmed.
Okay.
You all lose unsand.
Oh, one sec. I would like, because Dan Blythe, not, because we're in, the cinema booth we're in, is it just a projector or has it got, editing equipment?
No, it's just a projector. It's just for screening.
Alright,
If you're planning on investigating, if you're going to go to the studio later or to Devil's Canyon where the film was filmed, you would be able to find editing equipment there.
so, would we have to sneak the, film away, or...
You can do that, or you can just ask and try to make a case for needing it.
Or if you
Another-
want, I can steal.
Well, you're friends with them, Dan Blight, so you could probably talk him into it.
I thought we
Continue watching the film. Another disturbing stretch of film occurs about 7 minutes later. In Arabian garb, the leading man, James Raven, stands in front of a wall on the set and mouths lines to someone behind the camera. The captions have not yet been spliced into the film. The same terrible unseen presence discernible in the previous scene is also present here, although this time you feel even more unsettled. I'd like you to make sand checks, please.
That is a pass.
Well, it's not for me.
Here's a
Okay.
What do you want? What does that mean?
Oh, that's a pass.
Okay, for passing, you all lose 1 sand.
Oh,
Okay.
what was...
3. The final terrible scene begins about 5 minutes later. In this brief sequence, the female lead, Monica Anakova, is seen in an opulent interior set stretched across a Roman-style couch and peeling grapes, perhaps awaiting her lovers. You notice there is a strange quality to her face. Make psychology checks, please, if you have psychology.
I do not.
I'm just...
You try.
Yep,
What do
that's a
you-
fail.
Yep,
What will you roll?
psychology. If you don't have it, you've got 40 in it, Dan Blythe.
Can I push?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh,
Boys.
All right. So did anyone pass? Just Edward.
you know, I'm gonna push mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, what's the minimum for again?
10. For
Can
psychology.
I spend 1 luck?
Yep.
Awesome.
Awesome.
You can tell that it's apparent that she is trying hard to conceal feelings of fear and disgust. And so you lean in closer, gesturing for everyone to join you, and you study the screen intently. And then you notice that there are faint ripples and moving impressions on her dress, as if somebody is running their fingers down it. However, the cause of these slow movements is not apparent. This is the final and most disturbing of the scenes in the reel. I'd like you to all make them checks, please.
Oh boy.
That's a pass. That's just
That's a
one.
pass.
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 Shit, sorry. Roll
And
100.
until 64 sanity he's got.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all lose 1 sanity.
Lovely.
The reason why I want us take this is like go to the editing room and do frame by frame.
Oh, the
Yeah.
dark room.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
After this, the outtake reel ends, and you stare at the blank canvas screen, unsure of what you just watched, but knowing that something is wrong with it. You get up from your seats and taking the reel and the lenses with you, you leave the room, rejoining Winwood in the hallway outside. Before you leave, Edward, I'd like you to make a hard intelligence check.
Did I get anything for the books? Or
That's what I'm
out of
making
the
you
book?
do.
Oh, okay, right.
On Edward. Oh,
That's a very extreme.
very.
You managed to flip through the books and read a little bit while everyone else was setting up the film. Not enough to learn any new knowledge, but it will make your actual reading of the book when you have a chance easier.
Nice.
Cool.
Winwood watches you as you come out. He folds his enormous log-like arms together and he says, "So, what do you think?"
Oh, well, I would like to take the film with me, with your permission, to the studio's editing room. Closer look at it.
Make a persuade check, please.
Should I get those? Hey, what luck! That is a grade. Grade is. I think that's a pass. Yes, yes,
10 is it?
yes. It is a 10.
He says, "Well, if you think it's gonna help get to the bottom of this, then sure, take anything of Eric's if you like." But he leans in. He says, "You can't let it get into anyone else's hands. You watched that thing. You saw what's on it. There's some sort of ghost or spirit or something. This can't get out to the media, especially."
Knowing our luck, it's gonna be something far worse.
Well,
For working against a ghost.
I showed you the type of weaponry. God, I think I kind of pat the side of my coat, not showing him the AK I've got.
I was gonna say, I have my hand just in my coat, just up against the Desert Eagle this whole time.
He
Just for
shrugs.
context.
He shrugs. He says, "Well, do what you want with it. Just do me a favor. When you're done, destroy the damn thing."
Finally, someone who speaks sense.
And one last thing before I leave. These red lenses, very weird. Why would a filmmaker, well, on the cusp of Technicolor cinema, why do you need red lenses?
He says, he looks at him. He says, "Ah, yeah, those things. Look, you'll have to ask the cameraman, Pierre, a bit more about that. What I was aware of is that Eric was well, he was doing some strange things on set towards the end. Told me he was trying to make something called a Kempf device." He says, "Far be it from me to know how it works, but Pierre's
I'm
the one he
Clark
was
Kent.
trying to convince."
Yep, okay, I gotcha.
I've possibly heard what a Kempf device is.
Yes, make an occult check.
Wow.
Even in death, he lives on.
Yeah, you've heard of a Kempf device. It's a relatively recent occult invention. The idea being that it's a type of camera that can be used to view entities that are not visible through conventional means.
This would be sort of right in my wheelhouse. As sort of
Yeah.
Pretty much.
invention is. Will I know how to make one?
No, you've not dabbled in it yourself, but you know what they are. And with Dan Blight's knowledge that these were custom designed for Eric's camera, if you were to put one together, you would need his camera and probably also the blueprint that he used.
Okay.
Right, I think we should divide and conquer. I think me and M2 should go Raven and editing. M1 and Tom can And Smithy as well.
Wilbur.
Can go. Yeah.
The Kempf device.
Yeah, the Kev device. Yeah.
Yes, my interest is
Yep.
lies solely in the Kemp device at the moment.
Yeah,
I
that's
will
why
also
I should
point-
send you to
Yes.
Pierre.
I will also point out that one of your usual options is also available to you. If you do intend to head down to Devil's Canyon and check the actual film set out itself, it might not be a bad idea to head to a local library and just do some reading on the place, which might be something that Edward would be good at if he doesn't want
Yeah.
to tag along for the Kempf device.
I'm always looking for some good knowledge.
Very well. So we will first go with Edward then. So your group thanks Winwood for his time, and you promise
Yes,
that
M1,
you
we
will
took
let
the
him-
lenses.
Yes, he let you take them. You thank him for his time and welcoming you into his home, and you assure him that as soon as you find anything out about his failed production, you will let him know. And then you step out into the night, the late evening of Los Angeles. The cars drive you back to your motel, and you retire to your rooms, ready to begin your investigations first thing tomorrow morning. And so, as you lay down to sleep in your motel room, Edward, I'd like you to make a power check, please.
Oh, here we go. Nope.
So, Edward, for some reason over the past couple of weeks, you have taken to keeping the Necronomicon on your person at all times, either in your knapsack or on the bedside table as you sleep. You're unsure why, but you've just felt this strange compulsion to always have it nearby, and tonight is no exception. Before you close your eyes, you reach into your knapsack, pull out the leather-bound book and place it on the bedside table, and you take one last glance at it before you drift off to sleep. You've been asleep for less than a minute before you are thrust into the nightmare. The same nightmare as always, trapped in stone tunnels, miles under the earth, running through them alone, through twisting corridors, reaching dead end after dead end as you desperately try to find your way out. Just like last time, you were cornered, but this time in a different place. You stand before a large stone image, an image of a vast city filled with minarets and spires, with a giant sea monster presiding over it. And as you take in this terrifying image, you hear something sneaking up behind you, soft footfalls caressing the stone. You turn around, your heart in your mouth, and you find yourself face to face with a decrepit, impossibly old man. You wake up screaming, the morning sun billowing in through the window. Lose 1d6 sand, please.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone? Oh, here we go.
You climb out of your bed, wipe the sweat. No, not you,
Oh,
Emma,
sorry.
just him. Just him. He had the nightmare. Yep. Wipe the sweat off your brow, and you can't help but look at the captain emerging from his motel room opposite the parking lot, and you wish you'd spent the night in there instead. You briefly meet up in the parking lot, and you decide upon the separate lines of investigation you will take, and then you divide into three groups. Dan Blythe and Wilbur deciding to visit Pierre's home, talk about the Kempf device. Charlie and Christopher deciding to head to Atlas Studios. Meanwhile, Edward you head out to the street outside your motel and stick your thumb out into the jammed, barely moving traffic of downtown LA, hailing a taxi, and you take it to the downtown library. The downtown library in LA appears to be well stocked, if indeed the architecture is perhaps a bit too modern and up to the what you would normally describe as a library. Gothic gargoyles, Roman pillars, and an expertly, intricately carved facade is merely just a angular concrete block in the city. Modern, but not particularly nice to look at. Just the same, enter, and without waiting, you bury yourself in the shelves, looking to see if you can discover
Ooh,
anything
Jesus.
Devil's Canyon.
Who else is drinking?
Make a
And Bobby
library
said,
use
hey.
check, please, Edward.
That is an extreme.
You spend about an hour looking through old newspaper archives and local records, trying to dig up anything about this portion of the Mojave Desert, Devil's Canyon. And you uncover two pieces of information. The first is a journal by Friar Josepha, a Spanish missionary, who mentions the Hotec tribe who frequented the area. He describes them as blasphemous, unconvertible savages, hated even by their fellow heathens. The second is a story in the Los Angeles Globe of June 7th, 1899, which reports that 4 men were killed in Devil's Canyon in a rock slide. However, the report goes to great lengths to describe the fact that the terrain in Devil's Canyon is rarely treacherous, and local geologists are unsure of how this rock slide even occurred.
Interesting.
I would now like you to please make either an anthropology, history, or history check.
Well, I don't have anthropology, but I do have history.
Okay.
Can I spend 3 points of luck?
Sure. You latch on to the story of the Holtec tribe being described as blasphemous by a local missionary. And so you dig into old historical treatises and history books on the area, and you eventually discover a historical monograph entitled Kinship, Inheritance, and Worship in the Mojave Desert. You pull this monograph out of the shelf and take it over to a nearby reading desk, along with a stack of occult books, and you get to work reading. This monograph was written by a Dr. K.J. Scott at the University of California and was published in 1919. The monograph addresses those native-born in the Mojave, including the Hotec tribe. This publication appears to be officially sponsored by UCLA, which means that the information has at least been filtered through peer review, meaning, in your experience, that some of the particularly juicy elements may have already been removed. The study states that the Holtec were outcasts, banished by the Hopi. Other tribes hated the Holtec because they also worshipped a fertility god called the Crawling Chaos, who required cannibalism as part of its rites. They also worshipped another god, Yig, the father of serpents. In the mid-19th century, the Holtecs had extended contact with a missionary from Europe named Oliver Whately. Whately belonged to an organization called the Lords of the Silver Twilight, about which the author can only provide the name. Instead of turning the Holtec from their cool religion, however, Whately pervasively encouraged the Holteks and provided artifacts and knowledge that strengthened their connection with the crawling chaos and with Yig. The Holtec vanished in 1843. The author conjectures that they died of smallpox, but the neighboring tribes believed that the Holtec had found a way to live on in ghostly form, and in this form they could only be destroyed by burning their souls while reciting an ancient chant. The report offers a version of the chant, but does not discuss its use or otherwise define how to use it. I will post that in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Got Yiga near Lathatel. Fun.
Yes. And you already have Cthulhu Mythos skill, and you have enough to recognize both of those names, that they are indeed Mythos entities, and that Yig is the patron god of the serpent people that you faced in Scotland less than a month ago.
Oh, joy.
And here is the chant that is reproduced in the text.
Oh.
According to the text, this chant must be recited while burning the Holtec souls.
Oh, what the hell?
I'm actually trying to pronounce it. Logo.
Vithru Zolgim.
Ditza Bindoa.
Vithru Zolgim.
I got the last one.
I'm waiting for my lights to like fucking go out by just.
Yeah, read chant.
Well, the captain will definitely want to know about this.
Yes. So do you copy down the chant?
Well, is there like a librarian or
Would you
somewhere?
like to check the book out? Yep.
Take a photo with it. Of it. Can I do that?
You're not there. You're not
Oh,
there.
don't worry about it.
Edward's by himself.
Yeah. Would you like to make a library use check?
Yeah.
Okay, library use check to locate a librarian.
Yeah. That's...
So this library is, despite its ugly facade, is particularly well attended. There are many people present today, most of them creative looking types, no doubt conducting research for various projects. But after about 20 minutes of asking around and maneuvering through the crowd, you find a librarian and you ask him if he would allow you to check out the book. He nods, but warns you that as you are not a resident of Los Angeles, you must leave a deposit of $5 in case the book is not returned.
Well, thank you, good sir. That will definitely, I'm definitely willing to do that for this book.
Yes, you leave a $5 note with him, and then you pack the book away in your knapsack, dropping it down to the bottom next to the Necronomicon. And then you bid the librarian farewell, and you leave. Meanwhile, we cross to Dan Blythe and Wilbur. And by the way, Tom has had to unfortunately drop out as he has had an emergency come up. So I'm going to be playing him for a bit. So Dan Blythe and Wilbur have decided to make their way to Pierre Baptiste's house, the cameraman who worked on the Prince of Babylon. You drive out to the residential area, the Hollywood Hills, in Dan Blythe's big, beefy Rolls Royce. Big, beefy Rolls Royce with a golden Mackie Moose hood ornament and little Mackie Moose decals attached to the hubcaps. Wend your way up through the hills and come to a modest double-story townhouse on the edge of Hollywood, which is supposedly the address of Pierre Baptiste. You pull your Rolls Royce up onto the cobblestoned driveway, park in front of the double garage, and then the both of you climb out of the car and make your way up to the door of Pierre's house. Who's going to knock?
I'll knock.
You finish the chocolate bar you were eating during the drive. Crunch up the wrapper and put it in your pants pocket, and then you bang on the front door with a beefy fist. Knock, knock, knock. Ah, sacre bleu! You hear shout from the other side. I told you, I don't want to buy any of those damn Bibles.
Je suis croissant.
Can I just say Girl Scout cookies here? Can I just pull out like one of my random cookies out of my...
Yeah, he'd buy that for exactly half a second when he realizes that you're, 4 times the age of the average Girl Scout and about 5 times the size.
Hey, Girl Scout.
Wilbur opens his mouth and he shouts, we're not here to sell you anything, sir. We just want to ask a couple of questions. You hear footsteps shuffle up behind the door, and the door doesn't open. However, you hear Pierre's voice on the other end. And who might be wishing to ask questions of me?
I just say a very rich man is willing to pay handsomely for those questions answered. Very rich man.
As you hear this, as you say this, you hear the man on the other side of the door sigh, and he says, Blythe, I should have known it was you. Sacre bleu, I should have known from the sound of the footfalls up the driveway. You hear the sound of something being unlatched on the other side of the door, and then the thick wooden door opens with a creak, and on the other side you see Pierre Baptiste, an athletic man, well tanned from days of tennis and swimming. He keeps his dark hair pomaded and smoothly combed and parted. Blythe, you are aware, as you've also worked with this man once or twice, that Baptiste is a very professional cameraman. He doesn't really have much of a flair for the artistic, but he is perhaps one of the best cameramen in LA, and he's well worth the price if you can get him on your project. His skills are in high demand. He looks you up and down, and he says, look, if this is about that sequel to that damn Moose film, I already told you no last time.
I put my hands up and be like, just reassure him, like, dude, no, I'm here for something else. Something a bit more concerning. I require your assistance.
Make a persuade check, please, Dan Blythe.
He unloosens his tie, unfasten his belt.
Oh dear God.
Which one?
The one, in the middle.
No, I meant the one on the left, the one on the right. You got at least 2 of the damn things.
Clear your throat. Yeah, that's a pass because your persuade is 6.
Yeah.
Clear your throat, and you tell him that you've come on more important business, that you're not working on a film at the moment, that you're investigating the death of Eric von Varnum, and what went on the set of Prince of Babylon, and you believe it may be connected to the disappearance of your own star director, Waldo Dinzo. As soon as you mention von Varnum's name, he perks up and immediately invites you and Wilbur inside, directing you into a sunny sitting room at the end of a short hallway. He gestures for you to take a seat and then takes a teapot off the stove and pours 3 cups of tea, one for each of you. However, you notice that as he hands you yours, Blythe, rather than a little teacup such as what he has prepared for himself and Wilbur, he hands you a beer stein filled with tea.
And a straw.
Yeah. He says, he takes a sit down, takes a sip of his and he says, sacre bleu. This whole project was a mess, but I would be happy to help if it helps get to the truth of what happened to von Warnstein. He says, "So, what would you like to know?"
I require your assistance on. What do we? Sorry, doesn't recall. What do we need him for?
The
You're just
lens.
here to ask
device.
him. You're just here to ask him about, his experiences on set and
Okay,
the
in that
lenses.
case, I would like to ask him regarding a certain person's death. Yvonne's death. Well, does he know again? Yvonne?
Yeah, von Varnum.
Von Barnum.
Eric von Barnum.
Not
Yes,
John
Eric von
Farnham.
Varnum.
No.
Alright, no
You
reunion
ask
tour.
him- You ask him about Eric von Varnum, particularly the circumstances of his death and the film project. That you heard that strange things were going on around set, though you do not mention the film you watched. And Baptiste describes von Varnum as a brilliant, driven man, versed in every aspect of filmmaking. He was certain, however, that the same evil presence troubling the production company, troubling this, manifesting around set, somehow manifested in the complete takes of the movie. He has spent hundreds of hours on the set trying different combinations of lenses and filters in an effort to capture what a strange force was invading the film. In the last days of his life, he seemed to have hit upon the right approach. He spent hours wandering through the desert night with a camera, a flashlight, and a weird optical device. At this, Wilbur perks up and says, "The Kempf device, I believe." Baptist looks at him and nods and says, "Yes, yes, that blasted thing." A week later, after eventually learning how to create this device, he was found dead in the cafeteria. He had stabbed out his eyes with a pair of forks and then shot himself in the head.
Oh, wow, OP. Okay, sorry. Can I ask him? Can you give us the exact location where you saw this go down? You mark it out on a map for it.
He says, "Yes, with the cafeteria. It is the only real building on set. All of the other buildings are just facades, backdrops, fake. But there is this large Babylonian style watchtower. And since there are multiple scenes in the film where it has to be filmed from different angles, it was actually erected as a real building. The bottom floor is used as a cafeteria and quarters for the production crew. There is also a small maintenance shed nearby. So when you arrive on set, that would be where you will go if you wish to investigate the scene of the death." Thank him for this. Wilbur clears his throat. He says, "And this Kempf device, you said he spent several weeks trying different combinations until he finally figured it out. Now, I'm familiar with Kempf devices, but I don't really understand the working. Would you be able to elaborate?" Baptiste says, "Yes, well, he put it together. He had lenses. He had lenses manufactured. He apparently paid several occultists, alchemical rituals, things like that, getting them put together. And he kept insisting that I apply these lenses to the camera that I was using to film. I refused. I don't let anyone tinker with my camera, renowned as he is. And so eventually he ended up having the lenses altered again so that they would only fit either on his personal camera or indeed as an attachment to the projector which we used on set to screen takes." "I see," Wilbur says, stroking his chin. "So there is a projector on set." "Yes, and the lenses were designed to fit as attachments to this projector so that anything that was filmed, if it was then screened through that projector, according to Eric anyway, the lenses would do their work and, how did he describe it? Show what should not have been on film."
Hmm. Shouldn't been on film, eh?
He says, I
Good,
do not know quite how to put it together myself, but he was a meticulous man, and he kept meticulous notes, and I'm sure he must have wrote it down somewhere.
Could I ask him if he knew roughly shape and dimensions of how these were integrated into devices, how he saw it on the Kemp device?
I would like you to make an electrical repair check because you're going to use technical terms with a cameraman to discuss this.
That's a pass.
You start describing in technical terms the workings of the camera and try to ask how, in his opinion, he saw the Kemp device work this way both von Varnum's camera and indeed the projector. And he describes to you that, as far as he's aware, the lenses are designed so that they will perfectly screw on as attachments to the barrel of either the camera or the projector, and then some intricate rewiring must be done with the internals. Essentially, you must rewire the barrel so that the image is filtered through the lens and beamed through there rather than through the through the tube that normally processes the image. It's something that you'd probably be able to figure out because he's described in terms you can understand, but finding a blueprint would make it much easier.
All right, so can we use that? Can I use it as an advantage if we do attempt
Yes.
to assemble
you do attempt
something?
to do it. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. That's what it's for. You thank him for his time, and before he as you leave, he says, "Good luck and be careful." And at this, he looks away, a strange look on his face. Dan Blythe, I'd like you to make a psychology check, please.
Absolutely. Ready to roll T100. That's a pass.
As you get up and begin to walk out of the sitting room, you get the impression that he was on the verge of telling you one last thing, but then he cut himself off and is now just silently waving goodbye. Like to, would you like to coax the information out of him?
Oh, what am I taking from him? Oh, just cut out there for a second.
Would you like to, ask him about this, see if he was about to tell you something, and, whatever he was going to tell you, he can trust you. You're not going to think he's strange, or...
Or can I turn around and say, you hesitated there for a second?
Yep. Make a persuade check, please.
Okay, how much on a bet? Phase gonna be a bitch. All right. Yeah. Actually, I think that's not a pass.
If you spend 6 luck, it will be. Would you like to spend 6 luck?
You know what? Yeah, sure. I'll spend 6 luck.
Right. You're down to 34 luck, and you pass. You turn around and you say, you were about to say something, but you trailed off. And he says, "Oh, it was nothing. Just." He lowers his voice. He says, "I must confess, I am still tormented by dreams about that film set. In the dreams, I see nothing but the walls and rooms of nothing but the walls and the facades of the Babylon set. There's nothing there, no monster, no dream demon chasing me. I'm alone on set, but yet the sight fills me with unbearable fear." He visibly shivers, and then once again he wishes you good luck, but this time he adds, "Please be careful."
I shall.
Wilbur nods. He says, "We shall, and if this Kemp device works the way I believe it will, I think we'll have a distinct advantage." Bid farewell to Pierre, exit his house, make your way down the driveway, climb back into the Rolls Royce, and depart. We cross to Charlie and Christopher. who have gone to visit Atlas Studios. You've made your way up, catching a taxi, which has driven you out to a backlot in the industrial section of LA. A backlot taken up by Atlas Studios. This is a prosperous film studio. You know that they've released several profitable films, though it's situated in a relatively seedy part of town, and you get an impression from the bits of grime on the walls in the parking lot and the rundown sets that litter the outside of the studio building that perhaps the studio has fallen on some hard times recently, perhaps providing some insight as to why Winwood was so easy to work with an unproven company. Look to the future. You climb out of the taxi and you pay the taxi driver his fare, and then you walk through the empty parking lot to the front door of the studio building, and then you push open the glass doors and enter into a sort of lobby. There's not much here. There's not even a chair for people to sit down. You get the impression that Atlas Films rarely receives visitors, and they are not the type of studio that regularly does tours. This is a small tiled room with blank plaster walls, barely big enough for the both of you. Its only decoration being a notice board with various memos and filming schedules, and its only other occupant being a bored-looking security guard seated behind a metal desk. As you enter, he looks up at you. He says, "Look, like I said to the other guy, tours are suspended until next month at the least."
Oh, hold on, give me a sec. Sorry, the cat farted. Oh,
was gonna say,
Victoria, you stinky bitch.
I was gonna say, do you
Oh.
want to talk to him or do you want me to talk
Oh.
to him?
Charlie, you've got a badge.
I do indeed. And I pull out my badge, show it to him, going, yeah, we're investigating some goings on on your latest project. We were wondering if we could have a word with James Raven. We've heard he's been wandering around a lot lately.
Do you name drop Winwood while you're doing this?
Suppose it's probably going to be easier to get around if we say we were sent here.
And make a law check with advantage, please.
Stunned in. Last I checked, that was Yep. Well, that's already a good start. Alright, that's just it's a regular pass.
Show your badge. You tell him you're looking into Winwood's latest production, and he looks at your badge and he says, "Well, if Mr. Winwood said it was okay, then I suppose I'm not going to turn you away, especially an officer of the law, as it were." He says, "Look, Raven's wandering around set somewhere. We'll have to try to find him, but if you want, you can go and proceed directly to Von Varnum's office, and we'll bring Raven to you when we happen to locate him."
Sorry about that.
He stands up, crosses to a metal door on the side of the lobby, inserts a key. You hear a click, and then he pulls it open and gestures for you to enter. He says, "Varnum's office. Just head through studios 1 and 2. Take care not to walk on set. It's labeled with his name. You won't be able to miss it. While you're there, keep an eye out for Raven. But if you don't happen to find him, just let me know, and I'll send some of my men out to scour the building, try to locate him for you."
Thanks plenty.
You enter the studio proper, and you begin to walk through where several films are being shot on its multiple stages. The first one appears to be some sort of western. You see two men facing off in the middle of A frontier street, a general store, and a bank depicted by flat facades. They pull prop guns at each other and fire blanks as you walk through. The second film appears to be some sort of historical epic. The set dressed up to look like an old-timey galleon with a pirate flag. You see several men on deck dressed in pilot and sailor garb as they pretend to be firing the cannons at some target that's off the set. As you pass through, you can't help but notice the man dressed as a captain. He looks suspiciously like Buster Keaton.
Who?
Buster Keaton, an old 1930s film star.
Ah.
You can't be sure it's
Gay?
him, but you can't be sure it's him. But the brush with stardom sort of reinforces just how weird it is that the circumstances of von Varnum's death.
Hmm.
Finally, as you
I'm just
pass
looking at him
through
going, that's not a captain.
Finally, as you pass through the pirate film set into a small corridor on the other side, you turn a corner, and there you encounter a filthy-looking tatterdemalion, a man who looks vaguely similar to the leading man, James Raven. You barely get a chance to look at him, however, as the moment you see him, he glances at you once and then rushes away down the corridor, quickly disappearing behind yet another corner.
Yep, and run after him.
Yep.
You'd like to run after him and save Varnum's office for afterwards?
Well, depends. Do you want to run after him and I'll check the office?
Yeah, we'll do
How
that.
good's your deck? I was gonna say, how
Yeah.
good's your decks?
Oh no, that was my dex is 70.
Yeah, you're gonna be much faster than me in this one. I'm better at investigating than I am at running.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so Christopher, you immediately set off sprinting after the disheveled-looking man, while Edward, you reach into your pocket, retrieve the key to Varnum's office.
Edward or Elwood?
Elwood, yes. Charlie. You reach into your pocket, retrieve the key to Varnum's office, unlock the door, and enter. Varnum's office is a room as bare as a closet, containing a desk, a wastebasket, and a few files in a wooden cabinet, but not much else. You have several things that you may investigate. What would you like to do?
I might as well start going through the. Maybe check the desk first. It's always a good place to start.
Yep. So I would like you to make a spot hidden check, please.
It's pass.
You rifle through several sheets of paper on top of the desk, trying to find anything of note. And right at the bottom, you find two things. The first is a sheet of paper that appears to be a receipt of sorts for more than $400 spent on a special order of camera lenses. Underneath it is a crudely drawn diagram of what appears to be a camera and a projector, showing how to apply lenses to the front of them, complete with hastily written notes by Varnum himself. However, his handwriting is barely more than chicken scratch, and will require an own language check if you wish to decipher it.
This seems like something. I look at that and just go, it seems like something the cameraman's going to enjoy.
You then proceed to the filing cabinet, and you notice a tiny, crude-looking padlock prevents you from opening the drawers.
Yeah, how about that?
Make a locksmith check, please.
That's an exceedingly crude lockpick. That's just one off an extreme pass.
You are able to pick the lock with almost little effort, and as it drops to the floor, you open the filing cabinet and you see all of the papers inside separated by project. Move to the section labeled Prince of Babylon, and you begin to look through the records. I would like you to make an accounting check, please.
Counting check. This is going to be interesting. One more time, just with feeling. Probably shouldn't. Can I spend 5 luck points?
Sure. Grab out a heap of papers, cross over to the desk and lay them out as you start to read and go through the records. And you determine that by normal film standards, the hype about Prince of Babylon is true. It is exceedingly out of budget for a normal film. However, the production company, Look to the Future Limited, is depositing regular payments of $250,000 monthly into Von Varnum's account, meaning that any ridiculous whim he had in mind for the film was taken care of, seemingly without any thought whatsoever. You fold up the stack of papers and you place them back into the filing cabinet. And then, satisfied that with the blueprint and with this knowledge you found enough to be useful, you go to leave the office. But as you do, make another spot hidden check, please.
That's hard pass.
As you leave, something in the wastebasket by the door catches your eye. You bend over to pick it up, and it appears to be a charred and melted reel of film. The label Princes of Babylon Outtakes written on the label. It is burnt beyond repair. It appears the one that Winwood was in possession of was not the only reel.
Yeah, boys, our dearly departed director has also seen it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this realization makes you feel slightly uncomfortable as you leave the office and shut the door behind you. Meanwhile, Christopher, you've sprinted down the corridor, doing your best to catch up to James Raven. What is your move rate?
Had to use that before.
Yeah, because we've never done a foot chase before.
6.
Good one.
6, okay. So his is 7. So that means you will be doing a dexterity check with disadvantage.
Oh, God, if I'd known that, I would have gone after him, because my move rate's 8.
Okay. You're not allowed to push these things.
You can push him. You can spend luck on him.
Oh, neat. Oh. We've got a 25. Then a 20.
Ooh, and what's your dex?
Dex is a lovely 70. Wait, 70.
Alright. And despite the fact that at first he appears to have gained a head start on you, plus he's got a slightly smaller frame than you, has a much more athletic build, and has some early gains. You have the raw strength and energy that he does not, and you quickly catch up to him, cornering him in an alley just outside the back lot. An alley with several dumpsters and trash cans and broken pieces of discarded film sets. As he stops, he takes a breath, and then as you step forward, he turns around, brandishing a prop fencing foil at you. However, you notice that the button tipping the blade of the foil has been removed. His toy has been turned to a lethal weapon. His face is crazed, his hair dishevels, and as he brandishes the sword in your direction, he shouts, "You're here! You're going to hurt my friends. They told me so.
Shit.
I know nothing about your friends. I'm just here to talk.
Make a psychoanalysis check,
Oh,
please.
I was
shit.
gonna say, is it too late for me to try and go after these guys?
I'm not gonna.
You'll be there in a sec.
Come on. Papa needs that 1%.
Oh god.
Can I try? Actually, no, I'm not gonna try to push that. That's a fail.
He says, "You lie. My friends only speak to me. Monica and the other actors and the director, they only speak to me. They wouldn't let a bum like you onto the set, but I'm gonna protect this production. This is the biggest break of my career." And then without another word, he lunges at you with his fencing foil. Would you like to fight back?
I would, but I'm going to use the blackjack because I don't think I want to kill him.
Very well. Make a fighting brawl check, please.
That is a 3. Fuck you.
Yep, I'll now make one for him.
So it was just more fuck you to the crazy bar.
He lunges at you with the fencing foil and plunges it forwards,
Keep the leg.
as if he's engaging in a sword fight while filming a action scene. However, he is not a skilled swordsman by any means. So you deftly dodge out of the way and then grab your blackjack and swing it into his rib. Roll your damage, please.
Oh, I just wanted more like hit him on the head to knock him out.
Oh, yeah, you swing it into his head. Roll for damage. I still have to do it to see how badly...
Oh, yeah, fair. I don't have any... Because my strength was taken from me.
Yes.
Alright, that's a 4.
That's a 4. That's enough to knock him out. If he fails a con check, you dodge out of the way. Draw your blackjack and
Actually,
then
with the 3, would that be doubled or don't I want to do? I don't. Let's not double it. Let's not double it because it's just a normal person.
Yeah, you can double it if you wish.
Yeah, let's not. He's just a normal crazy person.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to be.
Raise your blackjack, and as he prepares to make another swipe at you, you take a step to the left, dodging out of the way, and then smack your blackjack into the back of his head. Okay, I'm going to make a con check for him. And almost immediately, without another word, he drops to the ground, unconscious.
The price is wrong, bitch. Sorry.
Body making a loud thud as it hits the concrete. At this point, you hear footsteps coming up behind you. You turn around and you see Charlie Elwood strolling out into the alleyway, taking in the scene before him of you brandishing the blackjack, sitting there breathing heavily. And the unconscious form of Raven lying on the ground, bleeding from the side of his head.
This fucker's insane. You're an investigator, right? Do you have any handcuffs or something?
I'd like to think I have handcuffs on me.
Yes,
Please don't have
you've got
handcuffs on me.
handcuffs.
How about we
Make a luck check to determine if you brought your handcuffs.
yeah, that's a massive pass.
You lean over, detach your handcuffs from your belt, and you kick away the fencing rapier, and then wrap his hands in cuffs. And then the two of you lift him up, prop him up against one of the dumpsters, so he's in a sitting position.
Is this out of the quite out the way? Because obviously, don't really want.
It's in a. Yeah. It was an alleyway.
This is in an alleyway in the back, so
okay.
Yeah, you're well out of the way.
Just want to make sure that no one pops up while we've got their former star just in handcuffs and bleeding.
Question about the sword, because it's tip's been removed. Is it a normal sword or still a prop?
It appears to be It appears to be a prop sword, so you doubt it would have been that dangerous. But if he got the right angle on you, the end of it is still sharp enough that it could have done some damage.
Yeah, either way, so just to survey the scene as I'm handcuffing the guy, I look back at the captain going, nice to see you haven't lost your touch in retirement, Captain.
Yeah, no, still gotta keep it up. Oh god, thank God Edward did.
I just shake
My senses are tingling. The captain, Captain, where are you?
The captain needs me!
You prop Raven up against the dumpster into a sitting position, and then you click your fingers in front of his face a few times until he groans and starts to come around. He opens his eyes, and as he catches sight of you, he begins struggling in his handcuffs. He opens his mouth and he says, "I won't let you ruin this production. I won't let you kill my friends."
Hey, you're in no position here, buddy.
just
No position.
give me a second. Easy, buddy. We're not here for your friends. The production's already long gone. We just want to try and get some sense of what's happening at the moment.
I would like you to make a psychology check, please, Charlie.
Ooh, this ought to be fun. Yeah, one more time with feeling.
Big money.
Oh, hey, that's a plus.
Hey.
He seems to have taken on what he perceives to be a role as a protector of the production. Indeed, the way he's talking to you, he seems to still believe he's on set.
Okay, we're gonna have to act out with this, aren't we?
I think.
Oh boy.
So, he was just an actor?
Yeah, he was
Okay.
the leading man.
I pull Charlie aside out of earshot, going, I think one of us should got called on by the director some one-on-one time with the actors. Play along with this goober.
Look, after what we've been through, this is not even remotely close to the craziest thing I've done, so sure.
Telling me.
Yeah, this whole.
At least we
Let's
still
see
got
it.
the film.
Yeah, turns out that might not have been the only copy, but I'll tell you more once we're done with this. Oh,
So
wacko.
who would like to pretend to be the director?
Because he was on set, he would have seen the what's his name? The other guy dressed as the captain.
Yes. Well, that's a different film.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he would have
Yeah.
seen him walking around the set.
Yeah, he would have.
So I'll pretend to be his stunt double.
You pretend to be Buster Keaton's stunt double. Very well. I would like you to please. Well, how are you going to go about this, first of all? How would you like to frame this?
Hmm.
Let's see. Question. We also want to try get on his good side. Say I got signed on by the director to fill in for a stunt double for someone else on the films. I'm currently doing another stunt double act. I could use my uniform as sort of like proof that I'm the captain's stunt double.
I would like you to make a fast talk check.
I'm glad you're doing this and not me.
Up. Can I try that again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ah, shit, dice.
Bye, guys.
No, where are you?
Yeah, plus you can throw a bunch of terms that you've heard Dan Blythe use to pretend that you know what goes on in film sets and stuff.
Yeah. That is a. Can I spend a luck point on that?
Yes, sure.
Then that's a pass then.
So you point at your uniform and use it to sell the lie that you are the stunt double for Buster Keaton, who is currently acting in the building behind you in the pirate film. And this seems to go over surprisingly well. You throw in a couple of technical film terms that Dan Blythe has said at various points just to seal the deal. And Raven looks up at you and he says, "Ah, yes, a fellow actor. Then you understand we have a duty to the rest of the cast and crew to make sure production goes swimmingly."
Yeah, yes. Now, I'm a bit of a method actor. I like to get into it, and I've acquired a little bit of the film, and I would just like your input to explain my role, and if I could take a more detailed look at the footage.
Do you produce the film reel and show it to him?
Out of arms. Well, he can't.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, well, either way, you've got me here just
Yeah.
in case he tries to do anything. But yeah, maybe just hold it at an arm's length, just
Yeah.
in case.
I've got the film from the director right here. With his permission, I was he said I could study the film and said I talk to you and you could help me.
Reach into your bag and you pull out the film reel and you just hold it at arm's length. He looks up at you, his bottom lip trembling, and then he reads the words on the label: Prince of Babylon outtakes.
Archie, shut up.
His mouth opens in an O, and then he says, "You shots outtakes from the set itself. You've watched it? You've watched it?"
Yeah, I've watched it, and there's still a few things that I don't really understand. So that's why the director said to come to you, and he could take me to the editing room, and you can show me to study it a bit more. Because I really don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just stumbling over every single word I'm saying.
Make a fast talk check with advantage.
Oh, advantage! Fuck yeah. 2. Hey, that's a 3. Thank God that was an advantage.
He climbs to his feet, his hands still wrapped in handcuffs, and he says, "Yeah, we can edit it. I can get you into the editing room, but you saw the things on the film, right?"
I saw something. That's why I would like to go to the editing room. Further study it for the role.
He says, "Okay, he says, take my hands out of the handcuffs and give me the film, and I'll take you to the editing room."
Whoa. I understand that you're protecting the film and everything, but try to kill me. So just for the meantime, I'm gonna keep them bound for the meantime.
Yeah.
You understand, right? Like, you try to kill me.
He says, "Okay, I'll lead you there. Just follow me. We have to protect this production. They're trying to sabotage it."
I was gonna say, either way, I keep my hands around his wrist, just sort of having him lead us.
You lead him back. You half lead him and half follow him back into the building. He takes you down the narrow corridor past Eric's office and into a small room at the very back of the building behind a wooden door simply marked "Edit." You open the door, and inside there is a tiny room, barely bigger than a broom closet, pitch black. As soon as you enter, you feel Raven fumble around, and then he jams his shoulder against something on the wall. You hear a click, and then a fluorescent blue light begins to emanate from a bulb in the roof, attached to the roof above you, illuminating the room. He gestures his head towards some editing equipment on a desk in front of you. He says, "Put the film reel in. I can edit it. I can separate the frames."
Let him.
You could also just ask him to guide you.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
may make
maybe-
it
I think
harder.
that's the best thing.
Directions are, his hands being bound is probably still our best bet.
Yeah.
Very well. You insert the film reel into the editing machine, and you flick a couple of switches, and an electric hum begins to emanate from the machine. And suddenly, the film reel suddenly the roll of film inside the metallic canister begins to extend, slowly emerging from the bottom of the editing machine. You grab it in the tip of your fingers and coax it out until all of the frames are before you and you are able to pin them to the editing board under the light. Well, go on, give us directions, you say, pointing at the film on the editing board. And to the best of his ability, Raven begins to guide you through the process of extracting frames and making copies of them. Who would like to conduct this work?
I'll sorry, I'll give it a whirl because I would like Charlie to
Yeah.
keep a firm hand. Crazy.
Okay. Following his directions, I would like you to make a hard dexterity check with disadvantage.
Oh, gee.
Well, better you than me.
So does a 34 make it if hard is 35?
Yes, well done. His
Well,
directions are vague, and you've never done anything like this. And Charlie, you think he's going to snap the film reel in half any moment, but somehow, miraculously, following Raven's instructions, you are able to extract the individual frames from the reel. You now have them arranged in front of you across the editing desk. I would like you both to make hard spot hidden checks to examine the frames one by one.
Can I push that?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to spend 2 luck on that.
Oh, that's an extreme. Yeah.
Ooh. So you spend the best part of an hour slowly examining each frame one by one under a magnifying glass. And most of them appear to be normal. However, there is one frame, a frame taken from one of those 3 scenes, and where you see something that was only visible for one frame before it disappeared and was no longer visible on camera. For only a fraction of a second, you see, standing on a cliff behind the set, overlooking the mock battle below, a large, hideous biped, 6 or 7 feet in height. Rubbery jet black skin covers its body. Its eyes are large and red, and its mouth is wide and filled with rows of shark-like teeth. Its long tapering nose matches its general appearance, horribly thin and reedy. With the exception of a distended abdomen, its limbs terminate in terrifying-looking crab-like pincers.
Alright, I'm rolling sanity, I
Yep,
get you.
okay. Say no more, say no more.
And there it is in the chat.
Oh, hold on. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, that's a 34, that's a pass.
43, and it's still a pass. Not happy with that.
Please?
Yeah, it's standing.
How many? How much, Sam?
1d3 for passing.
2 for me.
Oof.
The sight of the thing fills you with dread, particularly more so that it was only there for one frame, and appears for the rest of the film, for the rest of the scene, in which it appears at least, to be completely invisible.
Oh, god damn it.
Raven shudders and he says, You saw it, you can see it too, right?
Yeah, we saw that.
I really wish we hadn't.
Care to explain?
He says, he shivers and he says, They want to sabotage the film, make everyone go away, kill if they have to. They're protecting something.
I really need to start asking for investments on pays.
Payment up front.
No, I mean
Payment off.
I meant like heavier rates.
Yep.
So these things, they're trying to halt production.
He says, Yes, they wanted to sabotage production, scare as many people away as they could, would kill some of them if they had to. There's something in Devil's Canyon, and they have to protect it from outsiders.
What a surprise. Another fun location with fun things that should never have been dug up, but are being dug up by people to figure out what the fuck they're looking for.
I
Hear
would.
this, and it makes you think that the fact that they are protecting something from outsiders. Your mind goes back to when Winwood explained that the stiffs from Look to the Future stated that they were running into complications and couldn't
Yeah.
find what they were looking for. Is it possible that these creatures, whatever they are protecting the Ark of Vlactos?
Possible. I'd be betting a freaking damn life-sized dinner on it.
Can I do a mythos check on them?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, while you do
They
that,
both
I
do
can
one
put
if you
my
like.
dogs back.
Oh, that's a
Next time,
12.
roll. Oh, I was gonna say,
That's a
roll.
12.
Figured it out.
Yep.
Oh, that's just a normal
so
pass.
you
Oh, sorry,
don't
that's a hard
recognize-
pass.
You don't recognize this monster as anything specific that you've encountered in the mythos. You recognize it as some sort of minor servant or some sort of servitor race, though you can't identify exactly which one. And you get the feeling that this creature is rather uncommon, even for the mythos.
So it seems like our friend here is not actually trying to cause harm to anyone,
Yeah,
just protecting everyone from these.
But it appears
like
so.
keeping people away. I'd guess.
Is there anything else you would like to do at the film studio?
I mean, we checked the office. We checked up with our fun
Yeah, you
friend.
checked the office.
I want to ask him, when did he start seeing these?
He says,
Did they?
well,
Sorry. Did they unearth any?
he says, thinking for a moment, men from the production company came about a month into filming. And then a couple of weeks later, that's when things started happening around set. They told Eric that they were getting closer to finding what they were looking for, and then that's when these things started to show up.
Okay, at this point, actually, just thinking about should we actually tell him what we're doing and we're not actually trying to harm him or anything? We're trying to get to the bottom of this and drive these monsters away. Should we still keep up the facade that we're actors?
I I mean, I'd like to
If you
tell him,
think-
but this guy's
If
like.
you think there's any more information you can get out of him, then
He's
but-
walking a tightrope as it is.
Yeah.
But if
Ah.
you think on this.
Okay, at this point though, actually, did we see anything in that scene where the female actor was
you did not see anything. Whatever was in that scene remained invisible the entire time.
Oh, and now I wish we had the lens.
But
Yeah,
you
we'll
do
have
know
to-
that the lens will apparently fit into, or you'll be told when you meet back up with Edward and Blythe,
Yeah.
that the
Plus,
lens
I
will,
have the
yeah,
instructions.
and you have the
back now.
blueprint for it.
Yeah.
And apparently there is his own personal projector in the screening room on set in Devil's Canyon.
Right. Can we isolate that particular scene? I know this is the 1930s, but can we still isolate that little scene?
That one individual frame in which the thing appears.
Yeah. Where the it seems like the female actor was scared and was brushed by something invisible.
You have all of the frames in the film in front of you, and you are able to locate that one scene. But even after examining each of the frames in detail, there's none of them in which anything appears that you didn't see already.
Yeah, that's why that's what I was
Yeah.
saying with to get the front of the red lens.
But you've got the entire film reel. You can just screen it through the projector with the red lens attached.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we'll just do that. That's why I was saying well, because we've already done this, it would take less time to do it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But you gather up all of the frames just in case they will come in handy. And then before you leave, do you reveal your real reasons for coming here to Raven?
What do you
Or
think?
do you simply promise that you will do your best to ensure the director's legacy is not tarnished?
I think we should try to keep his mind intact and say we'll do everything we can to try to protect the film.
Yeah.
Make a hard charm check, please, Christopher.
Hey, that's a 2. Fuck yeah.
Damn.
You tell him, you don't reveal why you're here, but you tell him that you're doing your best to keep the director's legacy intact. And you promise him that you will not hurt the production. And he appears to believe you. He smiles, and under his disheveled hair, he laughs under his breath. And then he says, sorry I attacked you. You can't trust anyone anymore.
I got that right, buddy. But just don't let it happen again. Just hear people out from now on before you act too brushly.
He looks at Charlie and he says, will you let me out of the handcuffs?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Unlock the handcuffs, and they drop to the floor. And then as soon as he is free, he arcs up and he leaps in your direction
Oh.
and wraps his arms around Christopher in a tight hug.
Oh.
And then,
I was gonna say good thing too, because I was about to say I'm gonna punch this fucking.
and then he extricates himself and he says, the director should be proud to have cast members like us. And then he turns around and exits the editing room, and you hear his manic laughs.
Actually,
proceed
first,
down the hallway.
I'd like to chase after him. Oh, who the hell's calling? Sorry, I just got a Facebook. Oh. Goddamn sake. There we go. I just had to exit Facebook. Before he leaves, I just wanna first return the hug and give say look I know it's not policy for actors to have a little drop on set, but here you've been such a good sport, and I give him a little hit from the hip flask.
Ah, cool boy.
Ooh. He takes a sip, and for a moment, you see just a moment of clarity. And then he looks at you and he says, his voice no longer manic or slurred just for this sentence. He says, "Be careful. They can't be killed." And then he turns around and silently exits the room. And once again, his manic laughs echo down the hallway.
Just pick up my handcuffs off the floor and just go, when this is over, I'm staying a long way away from anything involved in the film industry ever again.
Believe me, I'm taking a long trip on the boat.
And with that, you leave Atlas Studios, and all of you reconvene in your motel just after lunchtime. You purchase a packed lunch from a open air restaurant on the opposite side of the street from your motel. Dan Blythe instead opting for a 3-course dinner, even going to the lengths of offering money to the maitre d' to order said 3-course dinner at lunchtime when it's not on the menu. And then as you enjoy your meal, you discuss everything you've found so far. You share all your pieces of information, and you notice you learn about the Hotep tribe that once lived in Devil's Creek, in Devil's Canyon. How they seem to have perished, but legend has it may persist on in a ghostly form. How uh, Edward was able to dig up a chant that, along with, quote, burning their soul, will destroy them, while Wilbur regales you in length with what he's heard about the Kempf device and how he can't wait to give it a try. And furthermore, I can't wait to turn it into a scope for my air rifle.
Yeah, of course.
And as you finish your meal and the early afternoon heat begins to set in, as the clock in the background reaches 2 p.m. and ticks over into the mid afternoon, a single question lingers. Are you ready to travel to Devil's Canyon?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Gonna say,
Oh, I still have Did I use the military first aid last week?
Yeah, you still got uses in it though.
the last I
Yeah,
checked,
so I still have one use of it.
Yep.
And
still got some use out of it.
and
lovely
I
things.
have Charlie's night vision goggles.
Right.
Yep.
And the other ones got destroyed, didn't they?
Yes. Oh, they
Yeah.
didn't get. They didn't get destroyed. They ran out of battery.
Oh
So
yeah,
we've got
that's
one set left. Yeah.
electric batteries. I am good. Well, personally, I'm good.
Yep. Anyone objecting in particular to heading out there?
Nope.
That's
Nope.
the idea, but
You stand up and you pay for your bill. You notice that when it comes time to pay for Dan Blythe's bill, it's apparently so expensive that he has to write a full check for his dinner. And you can't help but notice as he hands the check to the waiter that it's made out for $100.
Oh my god.
wow.
Okay, no, I have to look this fucking shit. This is 1932.
1930.
Well, to
You-
give you a perspective, $1,000 was the price of a Ferrari back in the 1950s. So $100 is maybe about $1,500.
No.
Oh, sorry, more than that.
Yeah, a lot more. $4,330.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
either he had a huge fucking meal or he's paying off a tab.
Because I just looked it up. $100 in
Doesn't hear
1930 is worth 4,330.
This is probably his favorite restaurant, right, Dan? You
Mm,
probably eat here a lot. This is your home turf of LA. You probably know all the restaurants. You probably have a tab here.
Or that was just $100 worth of lobster.
I wonder my production is thinking.
Indeed,
Yeah,
as
well, see.
indeed, as you leave, the waitress behind the counter waves at you, and she says, "Take care, Dan. We'll see you tomorrow."
Sorry, Sheila, can't make it. Lots of investigating to do.
She says, She says,
As I
"Chef will
weep
be
my breath.
disappointed." She says, "But the boss will be happy that you finally paid for the last 2 weeks worth of meals."
Alright, guys, sorry I have to stop for a second. We all know about the new Left 4 Dead update.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's live now.
I know. I've been playing it.
Well,
It's actually really freaking good.
I do plan to try it.
Yeah.
As you leave the restaurant and walk towards and walk across the road to your motel, you cross through the parking lot towards Dan Blythe's big Rolls Royce. You see Wilbur Wallace already having opened the boot and extracted 2 suitcases. As you approach, he opens one of them and pulls out his spectrometer, which you've seen him use multiple times, except there are a few more extra knobs and attachments that have been added to it in the 3 weeks since you've seen him. He fiddles with a couple of the knobs and then smiles at you, and he says, "Made some new adjustments, and let me say that, it's going to come very much in handy," he says as he clasps the briefcases shut, places them back in the boot, and then climbs into the back seat of the car, holding his spectrometer in one hand and the twisted, almost unrecognizable concoction that is his air rifle in the other. Who's going to be driving? It is Dan Blythe's car. What's Dan Blythe got as drive auto? Just normal.
I don't know. I think
Would
what's the point
Would
of
you like to drive, Dan, or would you like to trust Charlie to drive?
I'd probably go in the passenger seat because I've got.
Don't we already have a driver?
Well, no, that was your friend brought a driver to take you, but you've got your own car that you use to get around. So that's what you're going to use to get to Devil's Canyon.
Well, who's got a better driving skill?
Yeah, Charlie's got it at 40. You've got it at 20. So
I'd go in the passenger seat. I got 40.
Yeah, go Charlie.
right.
Good deal.
So Charlie and Christopher.
Hey,
You
weird
take-
question before
Yep.
we go. I know it's the 1930s, but do cars have adjustable seats back then?
Adjustable car seats. Let me see.
Is
I'm
this the
making
type
some-
of car that's got 3 seats in the front and 3 seats in the back?
Yeah, probably.
Unlike the
like-
6-seat in Scotland.
Like, if this is a big Rolls. Unfortunately, they only started to appear in the 60s.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because otherwise this would make a big deal. Like,
Which means you're going to have to basically sit on the edge of the seat, because as you climb in, you notice that the 2 front seats go back a long way into the car, and they're quite large. And this car, which is supposed to be a 4-seater
right there.
convertible, more accurately has the size of that 6-seater that you hired in Scotland. You're
Alright.
all able to clamber in, all able to feel comfortable, except for you, Charlie, who's going to be sitting right on the edge of the seat,
And,
clutching the steering wheel.
And Dan Blythe like sort of complaining. He's like, "Well, you weren't made to have extra guests. It was just made for me."
Yeah, it's the front's made for me to drive, and the back's made for me to sleep. That's it.
I got this fully option.
You rev the engine and reverse it out of the car park and begin to drive slowly through the crowded streets of downtown Los Angeles. Christopher, you reach over to the glove compartment and you open it, and inside you find a fold-out map of Los Angeles and the surrounds. There's more than enough room on the dashboard for you to unfold the map fully and plot a route. And so, I would like you to make a navigate check, please.
Yes, I can do. That is a 27, which normal.
Normal pass. Okay, you notice that the route out from LA to San Bernardino and eventually onto Devil's Canyon is a long one, and it is particularly treacherous, winding through several mountain passes and valleys. You think you managed to pick out the most efficient way to get there that should avoid most of the dangerous parts, but unfortunately there are still going to be a couple lengths of road along this drive that are going to require some attentive driving. In the meanwhile, in the back seat, Edward, you've stretched out. You've taken up half of the back seat alongside Wilbur Wallace and Dan Blythe, and you put your feet up on the back of the captain's passenger seat and begin to flip through the occult books, finally having time to do a proper read. I would like you to do an own language check, please.
Yep. Own language, that is a pass.
Okay. You spend the drive reading through all three of the books, and as Winwood said, they are indeed classics in their field, but with everything you've seen so far, the occult knowledge is not particularly earth-shattering. You may increase your occult skill by 1d10.
Nice.
Ooh.
Hey, not bad. That's nothing to look at.
In addition, you admire the way the prose is written in the books and how some of the descriptions of supernatural creatures are accompanied by lovingly drawn illustrations. So you may attempt an arts and crafts check.
Oh, neat.
Ooh. That able to be
Yeah, you
Push.
can push it.
I don't think so. Nope.
End up destroying.
That's okay, no Saturn gain. They were only line drawings after all. They're nice, but you wouldn't call them art. And so, Los Angeles is about 60 miles behind you before you actually get out onto the open road towards San Bernardino. The road from here squiggles up for miles at grades varying from 10% to 14%. Driving the narrow, twisting gravelled road over the piney mountains is a slow business. There are no places to pull off the road, no lane markers, and almost the entire journey has to be made at an almost snail's pace. I would like Charlie to make a drive auto check, please.
Alrighty. And that's 28. That's a pass.
That's a pass. Okay. When you reach the top of the first big mountain pass, you breathe a sigh of relief, and then you turn onto the Ushenberry grade, which hurtles down from Baldwin Lake toward Victorville at inclines of up to 18%. This leg of the road is nearly straight for several miles. This is a dangerous amount of highway to ride the brakes on, however, so most vehicles shift to the lower gears enough that they can go down no faster than approaching vehicles go up. Now and then, the glint of a wrecked vehicle off the side of the road catches your eye. I would like you here Charlie to make a dex check.
Ooh.
Maintain control of the car as it descends down this very steep decline.
Can I push that?
Yes, you may.
Thank God. 'cause
Don't fuck this up or we're all gonna die.
I was gonna say, that first roll was a 95, so...
Oh, sh...
At the bottom of the grade is the Lucerne Valley,
boy,
offering
hey,
good.
I did better, but yeah, no, that was a 76. So
Oh,
buckle up. 'cause we're
crap.
probably gonna die.
You failed.
Nice going,
Okay.
guys.
Oh,
As you
shit.
make your way down the steep incline, the brakes give from the sheer pressure of the road, and you're
Yeah,
unable to maintain control as the car picks up more and more speed, beginning to hurtle down the steep decline into the valley below. I would like everybody to please make hard strength checks.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that's a 4. Oh.
That's an extreme pass.
I use my gelatinous
Alright.
state to cushion the blow.
Also, guys,
Nope.
so I need to stop again. It is Always Forget's birthday today, so everyone wish him a happy birthday.
Hey,
Always
happy
forget.
birthday!
You're all about to die in a fiery car accident.
Yep.
Happy
Man,
birthday.
life has
What the hell, a birthday?
65 strength.
Alright, oh.
Yep.
Let me just
Alright,
do a
I'm
happy
gonna roll
birthday.
for Wilbur as well. Oh, well, you passed, Dan Blythe. Wilbur did not.
I did not, unless it can be
The
pushed.
car hurtles down the road, and then at the very bottom, there's a sharp turn to the right. Charlie Elwood, you grip the wheel as fast as you can and try to turn following the road, but you lose traction. The car hurtles off the side of the road and shoots off the end down a short cliff, a plummet of about 2.5 meters, landing roughly on a length of road below. It rolls once, twice, before it comes to a stop on its wheels. You all take
This will be fun.
4 points.
Oh!
If you passed, you take 4 points of damage, and
Oh.
Wilbur takes 8.
Oh shit.
Even for an
And so does Edward.
even for
Does the armor do anything?
No.
Even
So
for-
Edward and Wilbur take 8 points of damage.
No,
Ow!
yeah.
even for an extreme pass, that's still 4. Oh god.
Still 4.
Yeah.
There's no way out of this.
Oh, fuck.
You take a few moments, you let the pain subside and regain your senses, and then you find yourselves sitting in the car. You look around. Each of you is bloodied and bruised to various degrees. Wilbur and Edward are conscious, but barely. You notice that they are bleeding profusely from various points, their heads, their arms, and their limbs jut out at strange angles.
Oh.
Captain, help!
All right. Who has the lowest health?
3.
Yeah,
I
you've
tend
got
to
is more than
Kiss
Wilbur.
it better.
M2.
I'm on. You said we took 4, right? So I'm on 8.
Right. So Edward's on 3. Is
Wait, who else took 8 points of damage?
Wilbur.
what's Wilbur?
Wilbur, however, is on 5.
All right. So it looks like I'm patching up Chalu. I mean, not Chalu, Eduardo.
Right. All
Alright.
climb out of the you all climb out of the vehicle and taking deep breaths, sit down on the side of the road. Dan, Blythe, and Christopher, you open the back doors and help Wilbur and Edward out of the car, half lifting them, half carrying them to the side of the road, where you place them down onto the reddish dirt of the Mojave. And then you begin to treat Edward's wounds. Make a first aid check. You get plus 20% to your check.
Yep. That one I was hoping to save this for later, but no. That is a 14. That is
14.
Extreme.
That's a hard pass.
Alright,
Okay.
because that adds another
Yep.
20 on. Wouldn't
Yes,
wouldn't
it does.
that make it an extreme?
Ah, yes, that's extreme, yes. Edward, your major wound has stabilized and you regain 1d3 health.
Do I roll that or do you?
You roll it.
You roll it.
If you roll a 1, I'm going to be very upset.
That's why.
God damn it! God damn it! I wasted my... God, the years of academy training wasted!
Wallace collapses onto the ground, and as Dan Blythe goes to help him up, he says, No, just get my suitcase from the boot. Dan Blythe hobbles over to the boot, unlocks it, and retrieves Wilbur's briefcase. Wilbur drags his half-dead body over to it, unlatches it, and begins to rifle through, pulling out what at first glance appears to be a first aid kit. But after he opens it, appears to be yet another of his strange contraptions. A little mechanical arm sticks out of the first aid bag and begins to poke a needle into his wounds as if sewing them up.
I was gonna say, does anyone need an adrenaline shot? At this point, I'm basically just.
You might
Basically,
need
at
to
this point,
keep
I'm just like leaning up against what's left of the car, just smoking, going.
At least Dan doesn't have to take a heart attack check.
Did
Actually, yeah.
Yeah,
do you have to
I
do
would
that?
like.
Jesus Christ.
I would
Oh.
like Dan Blythe to do a con check, please.
Yeah,
We
I'm
call this
sorry.
a heart attack check.
I was
Yep.
gonna say, you weren't just in a massive car accident. You probably should.
Hey.
Yo, you're
feel-
okay, big
You
guy.
feel a tightness in your chest, but not enough to be classified as a heart attack. You just sit on the side of the road and breathe deeply.
Can I check the car to see if any of the stuff is broken?
Yes, you can. And you have an idea that it is broken as there is a thick plume of smoke emanating from
No, I
under
mean
the
like
hood.
the lenses and what.
Ah, yes. I'd like you to make a luck check, please.
Bugger.
That is a pass.
Okay, so Wilbur's first aid machine, which can only be used once, passed the check. So Wilbur's major wound is stabilized, and you see him smiling smugly as the little mechanical arm finishes wrapping the last of his wounds in gauze before it retracts back into the first aid kit and the lid shuts with a snap. And was that a pass or fail on your luck check?
That was a pass. That was a 58 and my luck's 85.
You spend a few minutes going through all your bags and other things, and thankfully, miraculously, nothing is broken.
Oh, thank
Wilbur gets up now that he has treated his wounds, and he takes a deep breath, stretches his arms, and you hear the crackle of his bones. He says, "Oh, well, looks like I have to make repairs." And then he pops the bonnet and gets to work fixing the engine of the car.
Can I help him with that because I have mechanical repair and because I work on my boat?
Yep. So I would like you, Christopher, to please do a mechanical repair check with advantage because Wilbur Wallace is helping you.
I don't think I need it. That's a 2.
That's a 2.
Yes,
So
excellent.
you and Wilbur Wallace are able to repair the engine. Despite the big hit it took, it's actually still mostly intact and only minor repairs are needed. Just the same, conducting these repairs and recovering enough that you're able to do so, each of you tending to your wounds, wrapping up your bleeding parts, massaging your limbs. The process takes about 2.5 hours, and you see the first hints of sunset appear on the horizon. A tiny sliver of red appearing in the otherwise blue sky. You all climb back into the car, and then Wilbur says, fingers crossed, chaps. Now, remember, you just have to, and then he leans over your seat, Charlie, and launches into a very technical diatribe, telling you how to keep the car under control using terms such as coefficient of the engine temperature, percentage of control loss, and subatomic petrol molecular processes.
Oh,
Okay, look, Brainiac, if you're having issues with the way I drive, I'm more than happy to get out and walk the rest of the day.
is this the last day?
Yes.
All
Well,
right.
it might be. He says you might have to spend a night at the thing. We'll see what happens in the next check.
All right.
Tell Wilbur that you're too hurt and too tired to put to listen to his lecture, and then he says, "Just trying to help," and raises his arms and
Someone's loved.
talking to you. He raises his arms and sits back, says, "Just trying to help," and then he pulls out his spectrometer and begins carefully going over it to ensure it's not damaged. Charlie, you sigh. You start the engine, and with a sense of foreboding, you continue the drive.
Can we just take it a little bit slower? I don't know if I'll survive another one of those.
At the bottom of the grade is the Lucerne Valley, offering good forage for cattle close to the mountains, but rapidly turning into wasteland and outright desert as the valley broadens to the east. Your car turns right off the road to Victorville and begins to head south into the valley. After a couple of miles, the land breaks up, becoming rocky and hilly. The dirt track narrows and steepens. The drive continues for most of an hour, the road hemmed in by the weird shapes of Joshua trees and bushes and cactuses full of long whitish thorns that lean in on the side of the road. An old barbed wire fence occupies first one and then the other side of the roads. Drifts of tumbleweeds stack up on the fences and narrow the vision all the more. Make another drive auto check, please, Charlie.
Oh boy. Okay,
Here we go.
that's much better. That's a
Lovely.
That's a hard pass, actually.
Oh, nice.
By the way, if Christopher failed his navigate check at the start of this drive, all of these would have been done with disadvantages. You'd have been taking a more dangerous route.
Oh, thank
Oh,
God.
God.
Yeah, so we only nearly died as opposed to almost dead.
Yep.
Well, some of us
Managed
nearly
to-
died.
You've managed to slowly wend the car through the twisted road, and then I'd like all of you to make power checks, please.
Pouch. Boy, pouch checks. Oh, that's an extreme pass.
And
Well, that is an actual pass.
I push that.
Yep.
Oh, thank God, that's a 1. My last. Okay, who wants to hear my first roll?
What was it?
100. Yeah.
You went from 100 to a 1?
Yep.
Okay.
Talk about the odds.
At some point along the road, you all begin to sense a feeling of foreboding and disorientation. It comes over you without you noticing when or how. Suddenly, as if you plunged yourself into water. And it doesn't appear to subside, merely decreasing in intensity as you make your way down into the valley, but always ever present in the back of your minds. The car slows considerably and noses down slightly. The land before you suddenly opens. The road has narrowed yet again, now to wind down the side of the cliffs, perhaps 200 feet high. Dull brown, spiny, narrow canyons and ravines breach the cliffs. A broad, level valley is framed by the opposing cliffs, swept with sand dunes like a miniature Sahara. In the center, rising up like a mirage, thrust walls and battlements, domed mosques, soaring towers, palaces, tombs, and secret bowers. The abandoned film set of Prince of Babylon. Not too far away are also prosaic slope-roofed shacks, once quarters for the cast and crew. In the distance, further on in the desert, you see a black smudge just on the horizon, a ramshackle assortment of ruined buildings. Your car stops just before the abandoned set, and then you climb out, kill the engine, and begin to unload your gear. Okay, you step out, you take a deep breath. Above you, the sky is bright red with streaks of purple. You check your watches. It is just shy of 6:30. Von Varnum's Prince of Babylon set has fallen into considerable decay in the weeks since it was last used. Most of the valuable decorations departed with the film company, leaving hundreds of yards of tattered and flapping walls and bare interior rooms without ceilings. The largest complete structure, that is, a full building rather than a false front or propped up wall, is the wood frame defensive tower in which the last scene of the film was filmed. Cavernous tower serves as a banquet hall, dining hall, and meeting place for the cast and crew. Near the sets, you see barracks-like buildings that sheltered the production company during their production. Nearby, there is a small corrugated iron maintenance shed. What would you like to do first?
Sorry, I got distracted by whoever phone's going
It's
off.
mine. My film friend's trying to call me.
Oh, god damn it.
I have to let him know.
Yep, you do your thing.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just letting him know I'm streaming. What would
Okay.
you like to do?
So you're gonna have to repeat that then. Sorry.
I described what you saw.
Yep.
What would you like to do? You have the abandoned film set. There's the big tower, which is the only real building on the set, which you were told is used as like a dining hall / meeting place for the cast and crew. There's also a barracks-like building just outside of the set, which is a place for everyone to stay. And there's also a corrugated iron maintenance shed a little bit of distance away. There is also the smudge on the horizon you noticed as you were coming down into the valley, the ramshackle collection of ruined native structures. A fair walk away from here. It would take at least an hour walking through the desert to get there.
It's close to dusk.
Yes.
Alright, we should probably set up for the in barracks for the.
I would appreciate that. Not feeling like tackling an hour-long walk, if you know what I mean.
Especially not at night.
Oh.
Okay. So you unpack your supplies and you carry them across the abandoned film set. That sense of foreboding still lingering in the back of your minds. And you reach the rounded barracks-like building and push open the door. And inside you find still relatively intact furnishing-wise. Cots, hammocks, fold-up chairs, a temporary kitchen, a fold-out table. You find a site that is equipped to house at least 50 people. Most of the furniture still intact and usable.
Yeah, so the kitchen's still usable?
Yes.
Alright, after I unpack everything, I would like to, cook everyone a nice meal, a nice gumbo recipe that I picked up from some strange hobo in Romania.
You all place down your belongings on the floor and sit down, drop down into a couple of the cots and fold out deck chairs, relaxing and soothing your aching bones after that car accident. Christopher gets up and he ignites the portable stove, connecting the barrel of propane to it, and
what?
begins to propane and begins to boil a pot of water, cooking dinner for all of you. I would like you, please, Christopher, to make. Let's see. I would like you to make an art and craft check at 5%.
Okay. With these dice, you can't tell if it's a 1 or it's And did you say with an add of 5%?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or...
Ugh.
That's
5% is your
just
skill to-
just
is
on.
Use your skill to replicate Scaly Pete's gumbo.
That is just on.
Wow.
Thank God you gave me that
Cook for
5%.
about an hour. You cook for about an hour, and after a while, succulent smells begin to emanate from Christopher's pot, filling your noses and making you almost forget the ordeal you went through to get here, and almost making you forget the strange sense of dread that lingers over the entire site. Dan Blythe, in particular, stands up from his cot and begins fidgeting hungrily on the spot. Eventually, Christopher dishes out a bowl of what he calls Scaly Pete's gumbo for all of you. It is an old recipe here. It's an old recipe, he relates, passed along from sailor to sailor. No one knows who Scaly Pete is or who originally invented the recipe, but it's said to be no better substitute for some Scaly Pete gumbo on a long voyage when you are hurt, tired, and scared. And so you all enjoy a nice dinner, and it calms you down somewhat. You each gain 1d3 sen.
Sorry, what was that?
You each gain 1d3 sen.
Oh,
As the gumbo tastes amazing, and whatever culinary genius
and that's
whatever culinary genius invented this
I'll take that.
definitely deserves to have the recipe named after them.
Yep.
All right, so you get
God
one.
bless that crazy bastard running around Romania.
Right, and
I thought that
one
was a
sanity
nice
goes
little
up.
flavor thing to throw in.
Yep.
Thank you so very much for that. I
You
miss
finish your meal of gumbo at about 7:30. Outside, the sky has turned a deep purple, and most of the facades of the Prince of Babylon set have turned into nothing more than twisted, angular, shadowy silhouettes in the dusk. You could probably go and investigate the ruined buildings now, but I doubt you want to walk through the desert during the night. Before
No.
you go to bed, would you like to examine the maintenance shed? It is just next door.
Yeah, I think we.
Okay. You all gonna go together?
Well, I don't know, but I'm a bit injured.
Yeah, well, let Edwards
Leave
rest.
Wilbur and Edward and Wilbur remain behind in the barracks. The other three of you.
Kind of yeah.
Yep. The other three of you get up and
Being the paranoid bastard that I am
and-
now, I've
Yep.
already gotten my hand on my.
Yeah, I have.
As they walk out, I just say, Captain, please come back at some stage. Don't know what I'd do without you.
Just eat your gumbo.
very well. Okay.
No
You
block,
exit
no M1.
Alright.
New attack.
He's not Sonic the Hedgehog. You exit out into the
It's a
perfect
fucking
night
boulder.
and walk the 10 or so feet to the corrugated iron maintenance shed. Christopher, you reach for the door, but it won't open. Somebody has slapped an iron padlock on it.
Can I look? Is there a window or something I can through?
No window.
That's the only entrance.
Yep, that locked door. You can break it down if Charlie doesn't pick it.
I don't lockpick it.
Now open it.
I would want to break it down, but is
Yeah, try to be subtle on this. It's one off an extreme pass, but still.
That's okay. Charlie leans over and he quickly, deftly picks the lock and then gestures towards the shed with a flourish. You open it up, Christopher, and there's just enough ambient light from outside that you're able to see the inside of the shed. It's relatively empty, save for hanging up on the wall an unloaded hunting rifle, and in a wooden crate on the floor in front of you, what appears to be a dismantled projector and all of the equipment required to set it up.
Hmm.
I think we definitely need with us.
There is also a jerry can of petrol sitting beside it, presumably to power some sort of generator.
Hmm. Oh, I know what that would be good for.
Yeah, let's take that.
Yeah.
Can I shine my torch around the room?
Yep.
Mist?
Make a spot hidden check, please.
That is. Can I push that?
Yes.
That is. That is just a pass.
You move the beam of your light around the small shed and you move the crate out of the way, and you see buried in the dust underneath a handful more of those strange red lenses, presumably spares.
That would be good to have. Scoop them up and put.
Yep. You scoop them up, gather everything in the crate, and together, the three of you begin to carry the crate back towards the barracks. Meanwhile, Edward, you are lying down on a cot, trying to think of beautiful art to make the pain go away. And the barracks are silent, save for Wilbur humming a strange tune under his breath as you hear clicks and clacks, him playing with his spectrometer. You feel yourself almost drifting off to sleep, but then I'd like you to make a power check, please, Edward.
Oh no.
Nope.
Feel yourself drifting off, and then all of a sudden you are jerked awake as Wilbur's spectrometer begins beeping. Beep, 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 beep. Wilbur steps up with a look of astonishment on his face, and he swings the spectrometer wildly throughout the room. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, you are overcome with a terrible feeling, a terrible, oppressive feeling, as if a heavy weight is about to bear down towards you. The spectrometer beeps even faster. Beep, 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 beep. What do you do, Edward?
Do I have time to how would I have time to like a flesh ward or a barrier or something, or?
Probably not time to cast a flesh ward, but you do have time to like leap out of the way or hide or strike at something that might be in front of you.
Probably get out of the way of something, or try and hide, get away.
Yeah, for the best time dodge, I think.
Very
Yeah.
well. Make a dodge check, please.
Oh god. Nope.
Okay. You hear something heavy bear down upon you, and there's a whoosh through the air. You close your eyes and brace for impact, and then you hear the sound of the barracks door opening, and in step Blythe, Charlie, and Christopher carrying a crate. The strange feeling disappears immediately, and the spectrometer is quiet once again.
We live this close to being dead.
Is that you, Captain?
Yes, that's me.
Haven't got you spooked,
There's
buddy.
some weird heebie-jeebies happening in this place, Captain.
You got some weird heebie-jeebies over here.
Oh, thank
Wilbur
God.
Wilbur taps his spectrometer and he says, some of the new adjustments might have thrown the other variables out of whack. I'll have to tweak it a little bit. He immediately plonks down his spectrometer on the floor and pulls out a screwdriver and turns his back to you, tinkering with it. You hear him mutter the word false alarms under his breath.
Oh, you
You're entirely
cheeky man.
You're not entirely sure, however.
I don't know if that's the case, but I'd say be on your guard, guys.
Alright, well, Wilbur does that. I get Arksbly to assemble that camera and try to put in those red lenses.
Yep. You plonk down the crate, and each of you help slowly extricate the equipment. The projector first needs to be set up and the lenses attached. And so, Dan Blythe, please make an electrical check with advantage because you have Varnum's blueprint. To do it again because it's advantage.
Thanking you.
Oh,
Would you like to push that?
You know what? I'd like to push it. Come on, 3 times a charm.
Yep, so roll twice again because it's still with advantage. 64.
Oh, you.
again.
And one more.
Oh,
35,
no.
yay!
thank
Did it.
Christ. God
Oh,
damn.
fair.
You spend the good part of 15 minutes assembling the projector, and then it's time to insert the film reel and play the film. You walk over and you tap Wilbur on the shoulder, and he says, yes, I'm making sure it doesn't do it again. So you point at the projector. He says, oh, yes, the projector. Yes, forgive me. He stands up and you see his spectrometer at his feet completely disassembled into random circuit boards and pieces of electronic junk. As he moves over to the projector, complete with the red lens inserted in the end of it, places the film reel into it and does his best to begin projecting the film onto the concrete walls of the barracks. Let's see if he passes his mechanical repair check, and he did. The film begins to play. The film looks much the same as it did before, except that it now carries a strong reddish tint, where previously it was black and white. The majority of the innocuous outtake scenes are exactly the same, but the 3 troubling scenes are more disturbing. Instead of no visible presence, a malign entity is now horribly obvious in each one. In the initial scene, you notice a group of 3 or 4 large humanoid beings weaving and shambling in the background. They are not close enough to be identified or to disrupt your sanity, but it is clear to you that the dark shapes on the screen are not human. In the second disturbing scene, a large, ugly monster stands in full light behind James Raven. It simply stares and watches. The same creature you saw in that single frame, except this time it is not invisible. It simply watches James Raven, stands there, eyeing him, barely moving, but you can tell he is aware of its presence. Seeing this immobile spectre on screen, all to make a send check, please.
Do me and Charlie have to do it since we already seen this?
I know, you and Charlie are fine on this one, but Dan
Outstanding.
Blythe and Edward have to make send checks here.
No.
Oh wow,
That's
66.
Fail for both of you. Okay, so that's 1d6 sand loss, please.
Oh god, if you go insane, goddamn Smithy, I swear to God.
Going with my rolls that I've had, it's gonna.
Oh my god, M1.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
well,
it's not me this time. Oh.
Dan Blythe, you need to make an intelligence check, please.
Opposite. I'll use a stomach check instead.
No, intelligence check.
oh, no.
That's a pass.
Oh,
I'll get
no.
to that in a moment. because we've still got more of the film.
Oh,
As you see
no.
as the second scene comes to an end, you hear a loud gasp from Dan Blythe, and his heavy breathing grows louder. As he is clearly terrified by what he sees on screen. But there is more to come. Shortly after the beginning of the third terrible scene, two more spectral figures are seen to climb through the window of the set in which Miss Anakova languorously awaits her lovers. They shamble toward her and begin to rub their loathsome rubbery claws over her body in a revoltingly suggestive manner. Then they leer directly at the camera as the scene ends. You note that they cause almost no effect by their presence. They do not leave visible footprints, rustle curtains, or act on anything else in the physical universe, save for the slight impressions on Miss Anakova's dress. Send checks for everyone except Dan Blythe, please.
Oh, hey, that's a 2.
Hey, that's a 14.
Hey, that's a fail.
Okay. If you passed, it's 1 sun loss. If you failed, it's 1d8 sun loss.
Oh
please.
no!
Oh, no.
And that's also 1d8 sun loss for. I'm going to roll for Dan Blythe because he is temporarily insane. For failing,
Oh, thank
1d8. For
goodness.
passing, 1.
Okay.
1.
Goodness.
Just
So
the
that's
one.
additional 3 from Dan Blythe. Okay, so he's down to
3,
70.
52.
He's down to 55 San now. Okay. Beside you, Dan Blythe opens his gaping maw and begins to scream, terrified, and then he clutches his hand to his chest as his breathing grows
Oh
deep.
no.
Dan Blythe, you must make a hard constitution check, please.
Oh no.
Right.
You're gonna need 30. You're gonna need 30 or below here.
Oh no.
After this, I'm investing heavily into Jenny Craig.
Oh.
You spend luck.
You can spend luck.
Oh my god.
If you spend 8 luck, you are down to 26 luck. And now, I'd like you to make a power check, please.
Alright, that 26 luck.
You've staved off the first half of the heart
Oh
attack.
my
Oh
god.
Jesus.
71. Would you like to push that?
I'd love to push it. At this point, it's fine.
Oh
Right,
Jesus.
much better. Okay. The tightness in your chest increases and you feel your heart beating louder and louder, and you take 1 point of damage, and then you try your hardest, thinking, oh no, this is not how it ends. This is not how it ends. I still haven't tried that glory burger in Las Vegas, damn it. Somehow, miraculously, you calm down. You look around, rattled, terrified from what you saw on film.
Thanks, Falcon.
Before you have a chance to discuss what you saw in the film, I'd like everyone to make listen checks, please.
Wait, aren't we getting to the second half of his...
The first half was the con check. He would have taken damage. And then the second half was the power check to see if he could take less damage from the second half. And
That's hard pass.
That is a
Pass,
10, so that's
pass.
hard or... That is an extreme... No, sorry, hard.
Yep. Before you have a chance to react to what just happened, you hear from just outside the barracks a huge metallic bang, like a car that has just been totaled in a car accident.
Oh no, not again.
The flashbacks! Oh no!
Yeah,
Yeah,
Edward
soon,
immediately
it's too
jumps
soon.
up in the cot. Oh god.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay, can I turn off the lights in the barracks and put on the night vision goggles and peer out the window?
Sure. I would like you to make a spot hidden check, please.
And also click it to the heat vision as well.
Yep.
That is a 9. That is an extreme.
Charlie quickly pulls the light cord, throwing the barracks into darkness while you flip on the night vision goggles and look out of the window. You flip to heat mode. You see no heat sources, but on the other side of the film set, a good 30 or so feet away, you can see the bulky form of Dan Blythe's Rolls Royce. The hood is open, swinging slowly in the wind, and even with the night vision goggles, you can see smoke spilling forth from the engine. Additionally, the front windscreen has been smashed.
Alright, I want to flick back to the normal.
Yep, you still see nothing other than that that the engine on the car has been seriously damaged, and the front windscreen. And now that you can see clearer in normal night vision, the side and back windows have also been shattered.
Oh, shit. Getting out of here.
Alright, turn them off, take them off, and I just whisper to everyone, guys, just very quiet and just keep your ears out for a few minutes. Well, while doing that, keep the lights off.
Yep. So you're not going to go out to check the car?
That's well, we've got everything we need in the barracks.
Okay. You all duck down, hiding behind the foldable chairs and cots, and you just wait in the dark silence. I'd like you all to make listen checks, please.
That is a hard pass for mine.
Yeah. Nope, I don't hear shit.
I do not hear anything either.
And you were right. You hear nothing but silence. The only sound outside being the billowing of the wind and creaking coming from the old set. Whatever was out there appears to no longer be there. And after about 10 minutes in the darkness, after hearing nothing, do you decide it is safe to turn the lights back on?
Think.
Nothing in this seems right.
Yeah, let's turn the lights back on.
Dan Blythe pulls the cord, and the barracks are once again filled with light. They are empty, just like before, and you are still alone.
I've got... sorry. I've got a little proposition for Wilbur. I've still got the
Wilbur perks up immediately.
I've got my other pair of night vision goggles on. Yes.
Yes.
Like,
the ones that have run out of. Actually, the other pair is in the car.
Oh,
shit.
All right.
Perhaps some of you would like to go out in a group to the car, while some of you remain behind.
Because what
standard rule, don't leave anyone behind.
Because what I'm thinking, we get that other pair and see if Wilbur can put two of the lenses in it.
To make what, like
yes,
vision? Oh, I see what we're rolling with.
So you could to turn them into things that you could use to see whatever's here.
Yep,
that's a good idea, but you will require a trip out to the car to claim the other pair.
Yep.
You can go do it now, or you can try to hold out till morning. If you are going to go, I don't recommend going alone.
Yeah, no.
It's probably worth just. We already know that there's something here. It's probably worth just leaving it alone.
We don't know if the car's gonna be any more destroyed. Wait till more.
Well, if it's gonna be any more destroyed, then it's a risk we might have to take. It can't be any more destroyed than it currently is. We don't know the extent of it is damage.
Yeah, but if more destroyed, it might burst into flame, and we'll lose the other pair of night vision goggles. tech that we would want to have.
But if we all venture out, we're all being left open.
Well, no, we don't all venture out. We'll just. Alright. Charlie, how do you feel like being my backup?
Yeah, sure, let's go for it.
So Blythe, you want to remain behind?
I'll keep eating my snack bar.
All right.
Actually, didn't Wilbur put one of those lenses on his rifle?
Not yet. He hasn't had a chance to.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
kind of distracted on the car ride over by the whole, rolling
The
in.
car accident. Yes.
Yep.
So Wilbur,
sure,
Blythe, and Edward will remain behind. Meanwhile, Charlie and Christopher, hands ready on the hilts of your weapons, you push open the door of the barracks and emerge out into the shadowy film set and begin making your way across the field through the middle towards the car. I'd like you both to make stealth checks, please.
Oh, that's a 1. That's an extreme.
That's a hard pass for me.
Yep. Hands not straying from the handles of your weapons. You move slowly, purposefully across the sandy field, encroaching upon the car. Suddenly, there's a flicker of movement from your right side. You turn to face it, but it's just the window of one of the set pieces blowing in the wind. You breathe a sigh of relief and continue to the car. You reach the car unaccosted. You notice that someone has torn a bunch of wires and mechanical components out of the engine, smashed all the windows, and in addition, the tires appear to have been slashed by some kind of bladed object.
Oh, we're not getting out this anymore.
If they really wanted us to not be here, they could have done something a little more fun than get rid of our only escape route.
Let's find the goggles and get back into the barracks.
Yeah.
Open the boot quietly and begin to rummage through the items until you feel the familiar shape of the night vision goggles. You whisper in triumph, yes! You lift them out, then carefully shut the boot and make your way back to the barracks. Meanwhile, in the barracks, Edward and Blythe, you are sitting on the cot, your gaze directed towards the window as you try to keep an eye on the shadowy silhouettes of Charlie and Christopher making their way towards the car, half expecting something to drag them off into the night. You hear a metallic click and you turn around. Behind you, Wilbur has just finished screwing on the front piece of his spectrometer. He says, "Ah, there we go," as he claps it into place. And the moment he does so, it starts beeping.
Oh shit.
Suddenly, both of you, Blythe and Edward, you feel that overbearing, oppressive feel. And you feel something moving in the air beside you, almost as if something is walking amongst you. Meanwhile, the spectrometer continues to beep. Beep, 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 beep.
Not again.
What would you like to do?
Can I mean, it'd be very stupid for me to look through the spectral lens, wouldn't it?
It would. Now, I will point out for you, Dan Blythe, you have an enchanted tripod that will hit anything that it will hit spectral enemies. So if you think something's coming for you, you could just whack out in front of you with your tripod.
Trivet. I like that idea.
I'm
Good mind player
gonna
again.
duck away again. Try and get a.
Yep. The spectrometer continues to beep. Beep, 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 beep. And then, just as Wilbur opens his mouth and begins to swear about another false alarm, you hear a clatter as one of the cots is knocked over and flung a meter across the room as if something ran into it at great speed. You hear a whoosh in the air, and you feel something bearing down upon you. Okay. What is, let's see, what's Dan Blythe's dex? 55. Wilbur's, what's your dex, Edward?
60.
60? Okay. Wilbur goes first. In a solid motion, he reaches out, grabs his air rifle, knocks one of the flame rounds in, and fires at the thin air in front of him. Bang! He fires. The round sails uselessly through the air, hits the concrete wall behind you, Edward, and bursts into flame. Flame which is quickly snuffed out by the cold concrete. Okay. Edward, you're going to dodge out of the way.
Yeah.
Go ahead, make a dodge check, please.
Oh,
that's-
nice.
That's a hard pass.
Hard pass, okay. Oh, fine. You leap down, crawling under your cot, and you hear a whoosh as something hard slashes through the air above you. Meanwhile, Blythe, you're going to swing out with your tripod, make a
I know where it is.
brawl
Yeah.
check. You're just going to swing in the direction of the disturbance. Make a fighting brawl check, please. You swing,
Win and a
and
miss.
the tripod whooshes through the air, but you don't feel it hit anything.
Oh.
Then you feel something hard rush through the air and hit you, pushing you through the ground as something sharp rends your flesh. You take... Ooh, this could be bad.
Oh. Oh no! Don't say that. Oh.
Take 7 points
Shit.
of damage as a large chunk of your stomach is torn away by an
What the
invisible
hell?
claw.
Liposuction.
I need you to make a constitution check, please, Blythe.
Constitution. Mate, I'm giving up the production industry after this.
Because you'll be dead.
You're fine. You're fine. You've managed to stay conscious, but you fall to the ground, bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, Wilbur begins to reload his air rifle. You hear another whoosh as the chair that he was sitting in is blown away from behind him. Another cot is pushed away, clattering across the room. And then at the last moment, he raises his gun and tightens his finger on the trigger. But he is too late. Hit.
Oh.
Okay.
sorry.
2 of you watch as, before your eyes, Wilbur opens his mouth in pain as something begins to rend the flesh of his upper torso. He raises his gun and tries to push it away, and then you see his neck twisting, and then with a sickening squelch, his head is torn clean off.
Holy
His headless
shit.
body drops to the ground, and then his head, its mouth still open in surprise, just hovers in mid-air for a moment before it too drops to the floor. Dan, Blythe, and Edward, you need to make SAN checks, please.
Oh man, that was intense. Very wonderful.
Damn.
I saw this.
Wait, who died?
Yeah.
But Wilbur died.
Oh, I thought it was Blythe.
Wilbur died. Okay, you each lose 1d3 SAN.
That makes sense.
Meanwhile, the
Sorry,
spectrometer...
sorry.
The spectrometer, flopping uselessly on the floor, continues to beep. Beep, 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 beep. Then suddenly, it stops as something heavy crushes it underfoot, scattering its components across the room. Then, almost as quickly as it came, The overbearing presence dissipates, and you hear the door of the barracks open as Charlie and Christopher step in, breathing heavily in relief from their harrowing walk
Yeah.
across the yard.
Half a second.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah. You then
I,
see
uh,
you then see several of the cots upended, a massive pool of blood on the floor, bleeding profusely, and the headless body of Wilbur crumpled on the ground. I'd like you both to make sand checks, please.
That makes sense. That's a pass.
It is also a pass.
Okay, 1d3 for both of you, please.
Wow, I didn't really care much for Wilbur because that was just a 1.
That was a 2 for me.
I get. Edward gets straight up, runs to the captain, and just hides.
There, little lass.
Jesus.
This place is a nightmare.
I'm scared.
God damn it.
Oh,
What would you
shit.
like to do?
Oh, we just lost the one person who specialized in finding the things that are now hunting us. So...
Yep, but it's possible that Dan Blythe or Christopher himself could still attempt to fumble it together.
Duct tape and WD-40.
Wilbur's bag is there, isn't it?
Yes, Wilbur's bag is there. You could gather some components out of his bag to try and jury rig it together a bit easier.
Well, that too, but so to see if he had any notes how to do that kind of stuff.
All right, make a luck check, please, Christopher.
That is a 20. That is a pass.
Head over to Wilbur's corpse, pick up his bag, and begin to rifle through it. Right at the top, you see his notepad, and luckily, on the car ride here, he seems to have been jotting down what he calls the portable Kempf device. How to apply those lenses to a pair of night vision goggles. His handwriting, however, is extremely messy, almost illegible, and it's going to require a hard own language check to decipher it.
What is one? Oh, that's a. Can I push that?
Yes.
Oh, that is a hard. That is a 29. That's a hard success.
Okay, you were able to decipher his notes, so you will gain advantage on checks you make now to build this device.
Oh yeah.
His chicken scratch is almost unreadable, but somehow miraculously you can decipher it.
Mine's worse.
First of all, Dan Blythe, you have a major wound, so all your rolls are at disadvantage. So that means you do this one normally. You need to make an electrical repair check, please.
Oh, I can't. Even if I do push it, I can't make it already more broken than it is.
Yes,
yeah,
you can.
that's true.
So
54.
can I push it?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh,
Would you like to spend 6 luck and go down to 20? You'll get some back if you survive the session.
can I just keep pushing it?
No.
Oh.
If you want to push it again, you have to spend 6 luck.
Alright, I'm just gonna spend 6 luck.
You're down to 20 luck, 1 in 5 chance on a luck roll. Okay, you have managed to dismantle the night vision goggles and tweak the wiring so that they will pass a vision through the lens. Now you must apply the lenses themselves. Christopher, make a mechanical repair check with advantage.
Come on, baby. Can I push that?
Yes.
Was it just a normal?
Just a normal.
Alright, then that's a pass.
Silently, you work with Dan Blythe hovering over your shoulder, showing you which piece goes where. The only sound during your working being the drip, drip, drip of the blood dripping from Wilbur's head and corpse. Finally, you manage to attach the lenses to the night vision goggles firmly. There's just one thing left to do. You're gonna put the goggles on.
Yes. This just replaces the lenses as normal, so I don't have to turn them on.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll put them on.
Walk up to the window. Make sure you're looking outside, and then you put on the goggles. Make a spot hidden check, please.
That's a 15. That's a hard pass.
You see 6 tall, thin, humanoid figures walking off the side of the set in the direction of the ruined native settlement. Outside, it appears the goggles work.
Yay! Wait. So 6 figures outside.
6, yes. Now, you have multiple options ahead of you. You know that these creatures are protecting the Ark of Vlactos and that they kill indiscriminately. And so, if any agents from the Silver Twilight come here and attempt to get the Ark of Vlactos, they may have just as hard a time as you. So you may simply try to survive the night and then make your way back, try to fix the car or make your way back to civilization in the morning. Or you may risk traveling to that settlement to try to ensure that the Ark of Vlactos doesn't fall into anyone's hands.
Well,
But
we
you
can't.
now know that this is where those creatures are coming from. Creatures whom you suspect are the ghostly remnants of the Hotep tribe.
So those weren't the creatures we saw. They're just ghosts.
They're ghostly remnants. They're not ghosts. They're just ghostly. They are the creatures you saw.
Oh, they are the creatures. So okay.
The
Yes.
ghosts, yeah,
Did
they
the,
become vengeful.
Yeah, they've become vengeful.
Yeah.
Did the
Invisible
books
creatures.
that I read about these group say where they were buried?
I would like you to make an intelligence check, please.
Want to supernatural that shit?
Oh God, can that be pushed?
Would you like to push that?
Yes. Oh, there we
Oh.
go.
Okay. You remember reading the Millionaire's occult books and the books in the library. And from what you can recall, the Hotep, their burial grounds are unknown. Their tribe just vanished one day. However, you do remember reading reports of 6 stone figurines being found within their village. However, the archaeologist, for whatever reason, was unable to take these from the village, as he was nearly caught in a rock slide before he was able to get away with them. He had no choice but to leave these 6 figurines behind.
Maybe if we return the figurines to them, they'll stop violently murdering us.
Well, no, the figurines are still there in their village.
Figurines haven't
They
been
were never
touched, but
removed. Yeah.
the rock slide prevented them from being touched.
Yeah.
Right.
I would like Charlie and Edward to please make an intelligence check.
That's a 7.
That's a pass.
You think back, deciding what to do, and you remember the book in the library,
Archie, be
the
quiet.
anthropology book, which stated that local legend from neighboring tribes stated that although the Hotep were gone, they had left behind them ghostly guardians who could not be destroyed save for burning their souls and reciting a chant.
And that was the chant.
That you tried
It
to
was
read earlier.
introduced in the book. Yes.
And burning their souls, you say?
Archie, for the love of God.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm guessing souls equal little figurines.
Yep.
Burn the
Mhm.
shit out of those while reciting a chant. Well, we just picked up a whole thing of gasoline.
That's what I was thinking.
All right,
You're on the
I'm
same wavelength as me.
Opinion.
Um,
All right.
before we do anything, can I alter the other night vision goggles, replace the lens because we do have spares,
You can try. Yes.
and that's still with advantage.
Yes. Yes. So first of all, Dan Blythe is going to do an electrical repair check.
What's his
I'll
electrical?
roll it. His electrical repair is 60.
Oh, okay.
40, sorry.
Oh, and he just
I'm going to push it for him. And he passes. He dismantles the second set, conducts the same rewiring he did before, and then sits back down on his cot, clutching his bleeding chest. Now, you must make a mechanical repair with advantage, please, Christopher.
And before I do that, I go to Charlie's going. Can you go take care of Blythe? Because I would, but I already used first aid for the day.
How does Charlie have first aid? Well, you can. Would you like to give him your military set so he can have first aid at 50?
I only had one use left because you said
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to attempt to attend to Blythe with a first aid of 30?
Wait, 30.
Yeah, 'cause
That's
your
the
base
base.
of it.
Oh, well. Do my best, but yeah, patching things up was never really a strong suit of mine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to push that. Yeah, no.
That's okay.
Get help today.
so.
He
I-
just
So if you do it-
winces as you tend to his wounds, but you're unable to provide him any comfort. Meanwhile, how did your mechanical repair check go,
just doing it
Christopher?
now. That is a 17, so A.
Yep. So you have
Can-
successfully modified a second pair of night vision goggles to see these creatures. You're definitely going to need it.
So
The
I'll
only
give.
question remaining now is if you would like to head to the village tonight or wait until morning.
With a base of 30 for first aid, can I attempt
Yeah.
one as well? Or?
Anyone
go
can
ahead.
anyone can still attempt it.
Yeah, go ahead, Edward.
Hey.
Hey.
There you
Ooh,
go.
there
That
we go.
is-
So
that's a
Dan
hard
Blythe's
pass.
major wound is recovered, and Dan Blythe regains 3 hit points.
Oh, goddamn.
Ooh, good job, Dan Blythe. He is on 4 HP right now.
Hey, 4 HP bros.
Right.
Okay,
How far away is the village with?
about an hour's walk across the
Is
desert.
this something we're probably better off trying to do in the morning?
Most likely.
What- Are those things likely to come back?
You
We don't know. All right. And if the order comes, those ghostly things might attack those during the well. So
Yeah.
we might want to just
Yeah.
barricade ourselves in the barracks. Go at first light.
Very well. Christopher, you're the strongest one here, so please make a strength check.
Can I push that?
Go ahead.
Alright, that is a 9, so fuck.
You gather up a bunch of the cots and the folding dining table and press them up against the barrack doors, making a barricade. You're unsure of whether this will keep anyone out, but it makes you feel a little bit safer. Then, before you go to sleep, you decide to take shifts, a lookout, just in case. Ah, yes. I'm just responding to Tom's message.
Right?
He had to do something that he had to take his girlfriend to the doctor, but she's okay.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Tell him he's dead.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
Right, I think me and Charlie need to take shift. Keep it off
Yeah.
and heal.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, Blythe and Edward, and Charlie as well, because he's not going to be, he won't be taking the first shift, each regain 1 HP.
Oh, thank goodness. I'll take whatever I can get.
Okay, Christopher, you are taking first shift. Make a luck check, please. Yep, Blythe, you've gotten healed a little bit. You're at 5 HP now because the party's going to sleep.
And that's
Right.
that's a pass.
Pass? Very well. You wait most of the night and you hear nothing from outside, although that sense of foreboding, that sense of dread does not seem to pass, and you can't seem to shake the feeling that whatever killed Wilbur will be coming back to finish the job. Just the same, you stay up until 1 in the morning and nothing happens. You awaken Charlie and then climb into one of the cots and do your best to fall asleep. Charlie, please make a luck check.
Alright, how lucky am I feeling? Yeah, that's a pass.
You stay up all night, making sure you keep all your senses on high alert, peeking out of the window, listening, trying to see silhouettes, footsteps, anything. But before you know it, you see the first rays of morning sunlight. It appears that you have made it through the night unharmed. The sun rises. It is 6:15 a.m.
Lovely.
Are you ready to begin the journey to the village and the climax of the scenario?
All right.
It is will be.
Before we begin, I look at Edward, going, "My dear Edward, flesh ward."
Yes, good idea.
Yeah. Okay, let me get this up spelled so I can. Okay, so I need to do. 3, 4. Oh yes, only 1 sen.
Ooh, very good, very good. How many?
And
So there's
then-
only 4 of you. Wilbur's dead, so you can do those magic points equally.
So what is it? Each magic point gives the caster 1d. So I've got 10 points, so that would have to be 2 points for each. Is that how?
2 points for each, and save 2 for an emergency.
Yep.
But you
Alright.
save flesh wards.
Or you can save 2 points if he wants to cast another flesh
Oh,
ward
okay.
later if he needs.
I've got
to.
10 magic points, so I basically can use 9 without going unconscious.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And if he saves the last 2, he might need them for, you know, the sphere, the barrier of luck tick in case he needs that. So
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to
Well, 2 flesh points. are better than...
let's see.
Well, it's 2d6.
Oh, 2d6.
9 points of flesh ward.
Is that each?
Yeah.
9 each.
Oh, fuck yeah.
By the time that Edward has finished conducting his ritual, it is nearly 7 in the morning.
Is there any
And-
first aid that could be doled out
Well,
before?
You can try to.
Well-
There don't appear to be any first aid supplies on set unless you'd like to spend some time looking.
Well,
for them.
I can do it because I have points in first aid.
All right. So who would you like to apply it to?
Let's go
I know,
Edward.
I know that Blythe and Edward are both at 5 HP.
Yeah, let's go Edward.
All right.
Right, that is a 10. That's just on the hard.
Just
Giggity.
hard.
Just
Okay.
hard for Edward, are you?
All right, Edward.
Finally
1d3
coming
HP
through.
you regain.
How much HP?
1d3.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's
Better than you kick the pants.
although depending on who it's from.
And then, looking beaten, battered, and with Wilbur lying dead, headless on the floor, you gather up your supplies and you step out of the barracks into the warm morning sunlight. I'd like you all to make listen checks, please.
And also during this, I'd like to have the not vision goggles as well.
No.
Yep.
Just normal.
That's
Pass.
a fail for listen.
That is a hard pass for me.
Okay. As you exit, Christopher, you notice something strange. That it's early in the morning, and yet you can hear no birds, no wildlife, no nothing. This is an eerily quiet morning. I'd like you to make a sand check, please.
Oh Jesus.
Ready?
That's an 11. That's a pass.
No.
That is a loss of 0 sand.
Oh hell yeah. Hear me.
And as you walk through the abandoned set, you begin to notice that something is very, very strange. What should be a thriving portion of the Mojave Desert is empty, lifeless. Almost no animal life is seen anywhere as you walk, even down to insects. You look up in the air and you see a flock of birds. And when they reach the boundary of Devil's Canyon, they divert, flying around it rather than through it. Something is terribly, terribly wrong here. Make your way across the sand, across the dunes, the heat already stifling this early in the morning. Sweat begins to glisten on your brow. Your footsteps, the only sounds you can hear. No birds, no buzz of insects, not even the rattle of a snake.
At this point, I want to give the other set of not vision. Charlie.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Finally, you see the circular hut roofs of the ruined buildings just ahead. You come to the top of a dune and you see the ruined settlement down below, encased in a tiny valley. Let me just see. The ancient village of the Holtec is situated in a narrow canyon about a mile from the Prince of Babylon set. The village is defended by stacked rocks arranged on the cliff tops around it, making makeshift walls. The Hotech village itself is a jumbled set of small adobe rooms in a narrow cleft to one side of the canyon. You can easily see, even from here, that it could never have held more than 30 people. The only way into the village is a small, narrow pass between the cliffs down into the canyon. It is indeed so narrow that you'll have to move in single file.
Right. I think me leading the party and Charlie in the back.
I'll be behind the captain.
All right. So Christopher, Edward, Blythe, Charlie, making sure your weapons are drawn, making sure your goggles are on your face. You begin to descend down into the canyon. Okay, Christopher, make a hard spot hidden check, please.
Oh, sorry. That is a 5, so that is better.
As you lead the party through the pass, you catch a flicker of movement in the edge of your right eye. You turn to face it, and through the goggles, you see a tall, leathery skinned humanoid walking on top of the cliff, looking down below you. It is wheeling a large boulder towards the edge of the cliff.
Oh, I'll just go. Guys, move faster.
I was gonna say, this shit keeps going further south. Do we want to just cut our losses and move off here?
Well, you don't have time to decide.
Yeah,
All
we
you have
don't.
time is for Christopher to shout a vague warning when suddenly you hear a terrifying rumbling sound as the cliff faces shake, and then from above you you see a terrifying landslide bearing down from the top of the cliffs into the pass. Everyone, you may make a dodge roll with advantage, as you've been forewarned by Christopher.
Oh, that
That's
is a
not
pass.
Okay.
You said hard.
Yep. You can do a normal dodge check with disadvantage. With advantage, sorry, not
Oh,
disadvantage.
it was a normal. Okay, so that is
that all of
that's
us?
a hard pass.
Oh,
I was
Right,
just
how
asking
do
if it
you
was
do it?
hard or not.
Can I push?
Yeah, you can push it.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's not a
Does
pass.
does it
You did it even with advantage.
Oh, with advantage.
yeah,
I guess
advantage?
just-
'Cause I warned you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, oh no, that's still not good. One more time. Yep. No, 4 rolls. All shit.
All right.
All right.
Does it count for anything? Because I got a hard pass.
No, because you're all doing it individually.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
You all immediately leap out of the way as the rocks tumble down onto you, trying your best to avoid being hit by any of them. However, Charlie, you were too slow and you were caught as the rocks tumbled down onto you. You take 8 points of damage.
Thank God for that flesh ward.
Okay. Quick question. Oh, actually, yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, did
Yeah.
I recover any health from the night before?
yeah, one HP plus you
Okay, so
have
how
the
much-
flesh ward.
Oh yeah, did I
9 points of flesh ward, correct?
9 points?
Yeah,
Yes.
so you've got 1
None.
point of flesh ward left.
Okay.
Did I manage to get any sleep for the day?
Yeah, you did.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
you did. So you've also
Just
got
trying to
one.
count
Alright,
how
cool.
many- So I had 9 health plus the 2 points of flesh ward, so 11. So yeah, I'm down to 3.
Wait, I thought
Yep.
we got
you
9.
had, you had 9 points of flesh ward.
Yeah,
Nine
you got 9
points.
points of
Oh,
flesh ward. You got 1
Yeah,
left.
9
Yeah,
points.
you're perfectly fine.
Okay.
Okay. The rocks hit you, and you close your eyes, preparing for the worst. But they seemingly bounce off your body, landing in a crumpled heap beside you. You turn, look over your shoulder at the party, looks of astonishment and relief on their faces, and then you continue on. Would you like to make a monologue?
God damn shit, scary.
Mm,
Oh gosh.
Here we go. Eventually, are you going to make a monologue, or would you like to save it for?
I may save it for if things go quite completely to
All
shit.
right. You press on through the pass, and soon you emerge in the ruined Hotek village. Nothing more than a jumble of half-intact stone huts. There are no doors or windows, rather, the couple of huts that are still intact are entered through holes from their roofs. However, the majority of them do not appear to be interesting, for the most interesting feature in the ruin is a large central chamber, a big square monolith of a building made from stacked stone bricks. Would you like to examine any of the small huts, or would you like to make your way directly to the central monolith?
Let's go directly to.
Yeah, let's not waste time.
Alright.
Yep. You pass through the small, ruinous village, feeling a little bit safer now that you weren't killed in the rock slide, but still unable to shake away the feeling that you are being watched. However, you do not catch sight of the humanoids again. You enter into the large square building, the monolithic structure ahead of you, pushing open a weathered, thick wooden door which creaks and echoes throughout the canyon. Inside, there is a big, open, empty room with naught but dirt for the floor, wood and stone debris lies scattered around the perimeter of the room. But in the center, there is a fire pit, and the wall directly in front of you is carved with stone pictograms. What would you like to do?
The
Study the pictogram.
yeah, so it's
Very well. The pictograms show humans and large black creatures resembling the humanoids you've seen, dancing about a fire. I would like you to now make an anthropology or history roll, if you've got one.
That's
What?
Can that be pushed?
Nope.
Yes, it can.
That is a pass for history.
Hey.
The pictogram appears to show a transformation or coming of age ceremony for the Hotek tribe. What begins as a man goes through a series of ordeals as the pictogram moves across the wall, and when he emerges at the end after receiving a blessing from Yig, the serpent god, he emerges as one of the pitch black humanoids. At the very end of the pictogram, he is presented with a tiny stone figurine. Perhaps suggesting some significance between the stone figurines and these creatures.
So have we seen the stone figurines in this area?
You haven't seen them yet, but you've just seen in the pictogram, after the man transforms into one of those creatures, he is presented with a stone figurine, seemingly as a gift. There is a fire pit in the center of the room. It's currently full of debris and old rocks and dirt. There may be something in there if you'd like to dig through it.
I'd like to get, like I did in the house, get the tip. Poke
Just
around.
Oh boy.
Right. You walk over to the fire pit and you poke the tip of your saber in. It doesn't go very far before striking something made out of stone. It appears you have no choice but to move this by hand. Two of you are going to need to make strength checks to do this.
I am not strong.
And Blythe is wounded.
That is a
so...
9 for me, so that's...
Alright, so I guess Charlie is the only other option then, because Dan Blythe is wounded.
I also rolled a 9.
Hey!
9, good.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah!
Both of you lean over, and as Blythe and Edward watch, you begin to remove pieces of stone and wood from the fire pit, trying to unearth what is underneath. Okay, Christopher, what's your luck?
Hold on. I'll tell you in a sec, I'm just my foot. Okay, my luck is 85.
85, okay. What is your luck, Charlie?
41.
Very well. You continue lifting debris out of the fire pit, and then, when you reveal the bottom of it, you have only enough time to register something moving in the depths before it leaps at you. Charlie, make a hard dodge check, please.
Hard. Oh, shitballs. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I ain't cutting it.
The rest of you watch as a terrifyingly large snake resembling a cobra springs out of the fire pit, the only distinguishing mark on it, a white triangle on its forehead. It gnashes its fangs and leaps onto Charlie, biting into his neck. Charlie, you take. It doesn't need to roll because you pushed and failed,
Yeah.
so
Yep.
it's doing this. You take 2 points of damage.
What's the fleshboard going?
Yep. However, one of those was your actual points. So
Yes.
it digs its fangs into your skin, and you feel something being injected into your arm before you rip it away and toss it on the ground. Okay. Edward, you've got the highest dex. What would you like to do?
I've got the highest dex.
Yep. Wait, your dex is 70?
60.
Okay,
My dex
Christopher.
is 70.
Yeah, Christopher, what would you like to do?
Right, first of all, I'd like to send Charlie to suck out the poison, and I'd like to do a I would like to do a mythos check to see if this is Snake of Yig.
Right, make a mythos check, please.
Right, that is a hard pass.
You study the snake as it coils up, recovering from Charlie hurling it away. It arcs up and hisses. And you recognize the small white triangle on its forehead. This is a snake of Yig.
Right, if that's the case, I want to. Well, oh shit! What did you say, Smithy? So many triggers. Okay. Well, while he's doing that, I'll tell everyone to stand back. I put my saber on the ground and I kind of just get on my knees and.
All right, Charlie, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Are we all doing the bowing thing?
You could just pull out your Desert Eagle and blow this snake away if you like. You're not beholden to any god.
Well, if you done a mythos check for your character, you might. Yeah, he doesn't like us.
He's currently clutching a bleeding wound on his arm.
Well, yeah,
I'm
that
kind
too.
of
Yeah.
I'm kind of like bleeding, most likely poisoned horribly from these fucking things. And you know, I've already had one person die today.
Either way, your choice.
Raise your Desert Eagle and you fire. Make a firearms check, please.
Just get like a miniature monologue thing going. At some point, maybe thinking this might be a bad idea, but at this point, bad ideas are all I've got left to work with. And that's a 20. So this thing's
20. Yep.
bad.
Roll your damage, please.
Well, you were expecting me to miss.
No, I could just see this biting us in the ass.
It's already bitten us on the arm.
You're not going to encounter Yig himself in every campaign, so
Yeah, I just
may
rather
or may not be angry at you.
I just rather be to a god that kind of takes mercy on people that respect snakes.
No
see what
respect
happens.
for sex. Fuck you. That's 13 points of damage.
13 points of damage. Clutching your bleeding arm, you give a brief monologue, reach for your Desert Eagle, point it at the reptile, and bang! Its head immediately explodes like some sort of bloody fruit, and the rest of its body is flung across the room with the force of your bullet. It is instantly killed. You drop down to your knees. You can already feel the poison coursing through your body.
Oh, that's
What
the
would
end of
you
that.
like to do?
I don't suppose anyone has anything resembling an antidote on them, would they?
Unfortunately not.
No.
You do have
Oh.
several options, though.
How so?
You can try to suck the poison out, or you can lop off your arm.
Wow. Can I try option A before we start going fucking nuts?
Very well.
Would in
I
all
would
of
like
my studies, would I have known anything about what to do with this sort of thing?
So
or
to suck venom out of the wound will require a first aid, natural world, or survival roll, whichever one you have, which is highest.
Shit. Okay, so say I want to lop my arm off.
there's a chance that could kill you.
Actually, yeah, that probably would. Shock and bloodline. Okay, well, fuck. I don't have anything in either of those three.
Well, technically, we could save the blood. We could cauterize the wound.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna have the venom in my goddamn fucking arm.
Just saying.
There
Alright.
wouldn't have been any studies in that
Let me
times, would
see.
there?
Unfortunately, okay. Dan Blythe has none of those skills. Do Christopher? Do you have?
I have first
survival,
aid.
Natural world, or you can use your first. You can, and this doesn't count as a first aid to heal, so you can try to suck the poison out.
Alright. And that's an 8.
An 8.
Oh.
Charlie sinks onto the floor and grits his teeth as you lean over and begin sucking away the venom.
Now you may
out
feel
of his
strange
wound.
points inside.
You feel the venom coursing through your body, but somehow you feel the tightening, you feel the tight feeling in your chest and lungs starting to subside a little bit. Charlie, I would like you to make a constitution check, please.
Constitution, what am I calling that? Can I spend 3 luck points on that?
Yes, you can.
Outstanding.
Okay. He sucks away the venom. However, it still got enough into your body that you do not take no damage. You take 1 point of damage, mainly stinging around the wound and shortness of breath as
Yep.
Christopher sits back and breathes deeply, looking at you with concern written on his face.
Well, that could have gone worse.
Yeah.
And now peer inside the fire pit.
You know,
Yes. At the bottom of the fire pit, now that the snake is gone, you can see a small leather-bound box wedged in the ashes at the very bottom.
I'd like.
You reach down, grab the box, and with a grunt, a small bit of force, you pull it free. As you do so, make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a 9.
19. Yep.
Yes, that is
As
a
you
pass.
As you extract the box, you notice part of a carved stone slab buried in the ashes. Would you like to pull it out?
I would.
Okay. You reach into the ash and you pull out the stone slab. It's heavy, heavier than it looks at least. And then you pull it out, lift it free, and then place it and the box on the floor in front of you all. And here is what your bounty is.
Outstanding.
Ooh.
I'm.
That's.
Would you like to
What-
examine this thing in detail? Okay. Make a Cthulhu Mythos check, please.
That is a 14.
Very well. Okay, I just have to find a page here. Give me a sec.
She'll give it. I'm that nice ago.
Here we go. Okay. You all gather around the rock. This is what you see. The Ark of Vlactos is a black stone tablet with an image carved in minute detail in the center, surrounded by text in an unknown language. The image is so detailed that it is hard to understand how it was carved or has survived to date. The text flows around the edges and covers the rear. The image depicts an island scene where two curved beams of striated light from either side intersect in an oval opening near the center. Through the oval, a star is visible. The light from the star beams down through the apex of two great stone slabs, which form a cyclopean crypt door. One of the slabs is partially raised. In front of the opening doorway, small fingers, some in a circle around the door, others in a line leading from the sea. This is the Ark of Vlactos,
Ooh.
the item that the Silver Twilight wants. It's in your hands.
Burn it. Destroy
Also,
it. Kill it.
you also open up the small leather-bound box, and inside you find a yellowing sheaf of papers, which, on cursory inspection, appear to be descriptions of an occult ritual left by someone known as Waitley, instructions to the Hotep people on how to transform their warriors into beings known as spectral guardians. Notably, it states that upon becoming spectral guardians, their souls must be placed in pachinas, Hopi-style stone figurines. And, luckily, as you remove the sheaf of papers, sitting in the box underneath are 6 tiny stone figurines.
Throw the stones for the souls.
Yes,
That's what we're guessing at. Yes.
you probably don't want to destroy the Ark of Vlactos. You probably want to put it with your Aurelia disc and keep it somewhere safe.
Yep. Put
If
that
destroying such a thing is even possible.
in. Put it in the backpack and let's pour the gasoline on.
Okay.
I am getting out of the building before it lights.
Grab the Ark of Vlactos.
But if the stone would set it on fire, wouldn't do.
No, but you've got to burn the souls. That's the only way to destroy them is to burn the souls.
Yep. These things probably
Maybe
have...
something required in combination with fire.
With the chanting.
That's
Oh yeah, the
wrong.
chanting. Yeah.
And the chanting. All of it.
Yes.
I
Okay.
pull out the book. Get everyone.
Pull out the book.
Hey yeah
And
yeah.
as-
Hey yeah.
And as Charlie Elwood takes the Ark of Vlactos and stows it into his backpack, Christopher unscrews the jerry can, and as Blythe watches in the background, begins to slosh it all over the leather box and the figurines. Then,
Yep. Here we go.
suddenly, there is a loud wooden bang as the wooden doors leading out to the village are broken, bursting off their hinges, as through your night vision goggles you see the 6 spectral guardians tear into the building, sprinting along the dirt floor.
All right. How big is this hut?
It's about 30 feet in area.
All right.
You
So
have time to do something before they reach you.
all right.
Their dex
I was gonna
is
say-
quite low.
Dumb
Their dex is
question.
only 50.
I was gonna say, what's everyone's dex?
60.
I was just about to say also
Blight's is 55.
even though
Everyone's
the
fine.
spectral ghosts is the vision like normal?
You don't know.
I was gonna say, so everyone's dex higher than mine. Mine's at 40.
Mine's 70.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm the last person to go.
Because
So, dumb idea. If need be, leave me the jerry cans. I already have something to ignite the fire with, and get the fuck out of here.
well, also here's what I'm thinking: mist. Because you guys were all together. I put the mist on, and then we burn, chant, and what?
You could try.
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
We're gonna die, but sure. Let's
Hey,
go.
Christopher, your turn is first. You have the highest dex. What would you like to do?
Yes, I will the jerry can's already poured onto the stones.
You've already sloshed jerry can. You've already sloshed petrol over the thing.
All right, I shout, Edward, start the chant, and then I cast create mist.
All right, someone's gonna have to light the fire. Right, you cast create mist. Please, you hold out your hands. You shout, "Start the chant!" And then may spend your MP and sanity bonus.
Crap, where did I put my keeper's book? Up there. Actually, no.
May have put it on your character.
Oh, yeah,
sheet.
two MP.
Yes, 2 MP cost. I don't think there was a sanity.
Yeah,
cost
there's
for
no
it.
sanity, it's just MP.
Yeah, 2 MP. A cone of mist extends from your hand, filling the entirety of the stone building. Okay. It is Edward's turn.
I'm opening the book to the chant page and just going to start chanting it out, and in the hopes
Alright.
that this is going to work.
First, make a power check.
Hey!
Yes!
Oh!
You begin reciting the chant. Sadogawa, 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 Vithruzigim, Vithruzigim, Vithruzigin, Bengo Kenyan, Borgo Kenyan, Borgo Kenyan! Top of your lungs. But nothing happens yet. It is Blythe's turn. He stands forward between Edward and the monsters, and he brandishes his tripod, swinging it at one of the spectral guardians. And unfortunately, he just misses. The spectral guardian is not close enough to swipe at him. He swears and then reaches into his pocket for a chocolate. Hey, Charlie, it is your turn.
Shit.
Set it on fire, set it on fire!
Yeah, mine is fucking well. So it's been poured. The fire hasn't actually been lit yet, right?
Nope, hasn't been lit.
Cool.
All you need to do is drop fire on it.
Does anyone have fire?
You're a smoker, you have a lighter.
You're a smoker, you've got lighters and
I was
matches
gonna
and
say,
stuff.
it was either a lighter or I was just gonna shoot the petrol. This other way works.
Yep.
Alright, well, light it then.
Alright. You pull out your lighter, flick open the lid, press your finger on the gas. When the flame appears, you take one look at those humanoid figures through your night vision goggles, smile coldly at them, and then toss your lighter into the box. It immediately bursts into flame, and as it does so, you see all 6 of the spectral guardians stop for just a split moment. They rear back silently, roaring, shrieking in anger, and then, in unison, they all fix their gaze upon Charlie.
Yeah, from Chicago to you, go choke on it.
Okay.
This is gonna hurt like hell when I don't give a shit.
Christopher, you watch as the spectral guardians tear through the building towards Charlie and begin to pass you. What do you do?
I guess take a swing at them with blessed blades and see if that does anything.
Yep.
And
you are wearing the night vision goggles, so you get to do this normally without disadvantage.
Yep,
Go ahead
and
make
hope.
a fighting brawl check.
Okay, that. Oh, that's a 10. That is a 10.
10, alright. The spectral horror gets a chance. And it attempts to dodge out of the way, but it's fixated on Charlie. So you slash at it with your saber, piercing its rubbery flesh, and black liquid begins to boil. It begins to spill forth. It once again silently shrieks. Roll your damage.
Do I double it? Because that was
Yes, you do, because this is an impaling hit.
so that is a 10.
10. Okay, and then you double that to 20.
Oh no, I rolled a
10
5.
altogether.
I rolled a 5.
Poke your saber, impaling it. It falls to the ground and is still for just a brief moment. But then it starts to pathetically move. It pulls itself off the skewer, off the end of your saber, and continues slowly crawling its half-dead body towards Charlie. Okay, Edward, you're continuing chanting.
Yep.
Please make a power check with disadvantage as the chant gets harder to read. I think that's
And
a
this-
pass.
No. Can this be pushed or use luck
Sure
draw?
can. You can.
I am going to use 13 luck on this to guarantee.
13 luck. Okay.
Because you said
continue-
disadvantage, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You continue reading the chant. Vithruzoigrim, 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 Borgo Kinyan, Borgo Kinyan, Borgo Kinyan, hi, hi, hi. The book leaves your hands and begins to float in the air, dispelling a strange white light as the chant picks up tempo. It is Blythe's turn. He swings out with his tripod at one of the monsters as it rushes towards Charlie. And unfortunately, he misses. The creature just rushes past him as he swipes thin air and then says, "God damn it!" He unwrapped in the previous round.
These hot dogs will
Charlie.
give me strength.
It is your turn, Charlie. What would you like to do? You could see them, you could fire at them, you could go out with a bang.
These things aren't really gonna slow him down much because guessing magic. I don't have magic. All I have is a fucked up gun from the future with a shitload of kick to it.
One of them's heavily wounded, and of the other 5, your Desert Eagle might be able to knock one of them down. This may make your chances of survival slightly better.
But we don't know if bullets will hurt it.
You don't know. That's you're gonna.
Yeah, one way to find out.
All right, make a firearms check, please. You're wearing the goggles. You can see them, so you do it normally.
And that's a hard pass.
Hey.
A hard pass. Bang! You fire at one of the creatures as it runs towards you. A frenzied smile on your face. Come and get it, you say, letting loose a Desert Eagle round. Roll your damage, please.
Do I double that because it was a hard pass?
Yes, you do.
Well, that's gonna suck for him because let's see. +2. That's 30 points of damage.
Oh, dang.
30 points of damage, and bang! Your bullet hits him center mass. He falls over, and even though he does not die, his body is physically flung across the room, almost to the entrance.
That's some good
What do you
kickback.
say as you watch him sail through the air?
Future guns, ghost Indians. It's just getting to be a regular Sunday for us.
Hey, and then we go to Christopher. You have one of them wounded in front of you. As it climbs to its feet and makes its way towards Charlie, would you like to try and finish it off?
Oh yes, Yep. That's a yes. Hurt my Charlie.
Make the fighting check.
That is a 12,
A 12.
which is
That's a hit. He's on the ground and has
that's
no
a
chance of
extreme.
Roll for damage. Yep, roll for damage and double it.
So that is. Oh yeah, that's right. The Adric sign is. So that's an 8. That's so 14.
You step forward and press down your saber into the creature's chest. It writhes once, opening its mouth in a silent death cry, and then ceases to move. Where its body was, it immediately fades away, and you see a shadow slink into one of the figurines in the leather box. Okay, Christopher, you are continuing to recite the chant. Please?
Edward, yes.
Edward. You are continuing to recite the chant. Please make a hard power check.
These can be pushed.
These can be.
Ooh. That's... And you said a hard one?
Yep.
Yep.
So I can be left with 1 luck, that's fine.
Alright, you'll get some. You'll get some back, don't worry.
Yeah. I'll be left with 1 luck, but that's a pass.
Oh my
That'll be-
god.
You continue reciting the chant. Borgo yan yan! Borgo yan yan! Borgo yan yan! Sadogawa! Sadogawa! Hi! 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 The book continues. It floats up above you, and suddenly it flaps open. The pages begin blowing in an invisible wind as a bright white light begins to surge at a steady pace from the book throughout the room. Meanwhile, the flames continue to lick at the stone figurines, slowly melting away the intricate carvings on their surface. But there's still a bit to go. Dan Blythe steps forward. He looks at Charlie. He says, "Don't worry, I've got this one." And then he swings his tripod like a baseball bat at one of the creatures.
Swing away, Charlie. Oh.
And he misses.
God damn it, Blythe, you fat
Running
ass.
past him towards Charlie. Okay, Charlie, there are 4 running at you. You have a chance to shoot 1 more. Would you like to do it?
Bitch.
What the hell? I'm muted.
Is there anything
Yeah.
I can do to try and...
Yeah, sorry, my thing muted. What were you saying?
I was gonna say, is there anything I can do at all to try and speed this chant up?
No, the chant's been completed.
Yeah.
You're just waiting for the flames to continue cleansing the things now.
If I take my gun and try and shoot at the stone things, is that gonna help, or...?
It might. It might. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, fuck it, it's either that or turn the gun on myself. I'm running out of options here.
Alright. Here we go. I would like you to please make a hard firearms check.
Well, shit. So my the thing for a hard firearms thing would be 35. I rolled 38.
You raise your gun. You aim it towards the thing, towards the leather box and the figurines, and you despite your gun trembling in your hand, you fire. Make a luck check, please.
Oof.
Well, I'm not making that luck check.
No, you're not.
That is... Oh, well, this is even more painful. My luck's at 38, I rolled a 39.
Oh, Jesus
Oh.
Christ.
Unlike last time where I
Okay.
survived by 1, this time I failed by 1. This ought to be
Yep. Unfortunately, you did not manage to hit them, which would have saved your life because it would have destroyed all of them, as the bullet would have ignited the fire and shattered all of them.
Nice.
Unfortunately, you are being set upon by 4 spectral guardians. You can only try to dodge them and hope you get through this alive. Any last words? As the creatures gather around you and gnash their teeth.
Can I do a monologue if they end up killing me? Can I do a monologue as I'm dying instead?
Sure.
Neat.
Come and get me, you say,
Yeah.
and they oblige. Make a dodge check, please.
Nope, that's a fail. I rolled
Okay.
39. This ought to be fun.
Here we go. Here comes the first one. May not hit you, but he does, unfortunately.
He does.
Here he
Alrighty
comes.
then.
And that's 11 points of damage
Oh,
as the creatures set
Yep.
upon you,
One-
gnashing
one,
their teeth
that'll do it.
and swinging their claws. But you stand firm, knowing that you are giving your life so that your friends will get out of here and live to see another day,
That
so that
question,
these
could I
things
possibly
never
try
trouble.
and-
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I die, could somebody please keep the Desert Eagle for whoever may come along next? I know someone
Yeah,
might
sure.
oh yeah.
have good use for it later.
These monsters aren't going to take it.
Good, good,
Okay.
good.
As the monsters set upon you, and you look, and you see Blythe, Edward, and Christopher looking on, shock on their faces. You know that you will not make it, but you hope that with your death, they may have a chance to. What are your final words?
I pretty much just quickly glance over at the fire that's consuming the box and go, so close, but so far. Like that, chapter comes to a close. At least I know I'm taking a lot of them out with me.
And then you close your eyes as the creatures run in for the kill. The rest of you watch as
I was
the
gonna say,
creatures. Yep.
I was gonna say, yeah. If we're going for like last words out loud, there's just a very brief moment of just looking, going, "This was not worth the $75."
Yep. That's the last thing they hear. Just out loud, you just hear Charlie
In my
whisper.
head, there's some really pleasant thing going, well, at least I'm doing the right thing and everyone will survive. Outside, all you guys hear is going, this just wasn't fucking
God
worth
damn,
$75.
$70 bucks.
Come on, kill me. I'm here. Come on.
The rest of you watch as the creatures converge upon Charlie. He opens his mouth and shouts in agony as his trench coat is torn away, as their claws rip into his flesh, pulling out chunks of skin and muscle. You see one of his ribs broken off and flung across
Oh
the
my
room.
god.
He is dead before the worst of it happens, as the creatures fight over his body, doing their best, mutilating it before your eyes. And just like dogs playing with a rag doll, they tear Charlie Elwood apart, limb by limb. And then you feel a whoosh of heat as the flames cover the figurines, expanding outward and begin to burn them. What remains of Charlie is tossed carelessly onto the dirt floor, and then the rest of you simply begin to back away, brandishing your weapons as the creatures turn to their next quarry, you. They bare their teeth, gnash, and run towards you. Then you hear the sound of crumbling rock, of fire melting away the likenesses carved into the figurines. Suddenly, the creatures are gone. Okay, outro time.
Ah, dang, that was what I was going to say in my head. Well, I got something better now, but never mind.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, does anyone ever remember the video game Max Payne?
Well, duh.
Yeah.
Okay, literally just the opening monologue from that, just the, they were all dead. The final gunshot rang out as a crescendo to everything that led up to this point. I released my finger from the trigger, and then it was over. All for a lousy $75.
We're gonna retcon it and say that's what Charlie's last words
So,
were. Okay. Suddenly, you are alone in the stone building, the air stale and hot from the flames that burn away the figurines, leaving nothing but black charred stones, the intricate faces and carvings burned away. The monsters are gone, and all is quiet, save for the sound of blood dripping from the dismembered corpses, from the dismembered portions and limbs of your friend, Charlie Elwood. You take one last look at him, breathe a deep sigh, silently thanking him for giving his life so that you and many others may live. Then you retrieve his bag containing the Ark of Vlactos, and before you leave, Blythe reaches down and picks up the Desert Eagle where it fell on the floor, wipes away the blood on its handle on his double-breasted suit, and then
Oh, and don't
places it.
Sorry, don't forget to.
Then he places it into his
Actually, I'm
pocket.
pretty sure the night vision goggles would be completely fucked by
Yeah,
now.
they're fucked.
Oh shit!
But the Desert Eagle's fine.
Yeah, I managed to get
And
that
he-
and move that out of the way.
He places the gun and a couple of magazines of ammo that are scattered along the ground, torn from Charlie's trench coat, into his breast pocket. And then he bows his head and he says, "Thanks for everything, old man."
Hmm.
You exit the monolith, giving one last look at your fallen comrade, and you step out into the warm, stale Mojave Desert air. You have recovered the Ark of Vlactos, and you've placed it into safekeeping with the Relia disc, keeping both of them out of the hands of the Order. The Order will now have a considerably harder time raising Relia from the depths, provided they can still get their hands on the spell that will begin the resurrection of Relia and the awakening of Cthulhu. They may still have a chance to achieve their goals, but without the arcane focuses of the Relia disc and the Ark of Vlactos, their chances of success are considerably lower. And you just may have, with Charlie's death, paved the path to get out of this whole thing alive and save the world while you were at it. That small chance may go a long, long way. Okay. San rewards. For getting the Ark of Vlactos, you Edward and Christopher and Blythe each gain 1d6 San.
Yay!
Adds back up to 60. For destroying the last remnants of the Hotep tribe and ensuring that they will never harm anyone again in Devil's Canyon, you gain another 1d6 San.
Well, that doesn't do any good for me.
Max.
Well, some that was lucky for
Other
some.
people may need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
do you want to have my spare sanity?
Oh, please,
And Blythe is
Halford.
up to 61. Okay.
Thanks, Dan. Mm-hmm.
And now, luck checks. First,
I really, if I do not make this luck check, I would be very
Wait,
surprised.
Go
what
ahead.
is the
luck
max luck you can?
99.
Oh, what a.
Yep.
Oh, that.
How-
Okay. Edward, as your luck is so low, you gain 4d10 luck.
Ooh.
And I passed mine.
Yep. Well, what's your current luck at? Yeah, you
85.
passed, yeah. 16. 17 luck. Better than nothing. Now Dan Blythe will do his. He's at 20 luck. Dan Blythe failed, so he gets 2d10 luck. Dan Blythe is
Hey.
up to 30 luck. Okay. Now, each of you, so, Christopher, you gain 5 skill points. And you, Edward, gain 10 skill points. And so does Dan Blythe.
2.
Very well. Now, you may do a Cthulhu Mythos check, please, Christopher.
Alrighty-o. That is a pass. Just on a pass, like exact number.
Yeah.
7.
Okay, so no Cthulhu Mythos points for you.
Oh, thank God.
Edward and Dan Blythe, as there's a lower, you each gain 5 Cthulhu Mythos points.
So, my Cthulhu Mythos is at 52 at the moment.
Oh, wait, no. You make a Cthulhu Mythos check, please.
Wait, your
Yeah.
Mythos check is at 52? Holy sh...
Yeah, it's because I got the Necronomicon.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I have so much Cthulhu Mythos.
There's so much Cthulhu Mythos, but at what cost?
You're
I
gonna
know, I
go
don't- my
insane.
Well, at least you're
Max
still
sanity
alive.
his max sanity is literally 47 at this point.
That's a pass.
I'm
Okay,
not
so
gonna
no
complain.
more Cthulhu Mythos points for you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
My
complain.
max sanity is at
First,
47.
You have recovered Charlie's Desert Eagle, which means that M2's character in next episode will get that.
Oh, am I getting?
The
The
Desert
Desert
Eagle.
Eagle.
Oh yeah, thank God. Yeah, you gotta
And-
get that.
On the other side of the world, in a small resort on a beach, on a beach in Fiji, a man in a Hawaiian shirt sips a cocktail as someone hands him an envelope. He looks at the envelope. He says, old Charlie's decided to write after all. Well, hopefully he got that stick out of his ass. Maybe he's finally in the mood for some adventure, eh? He says to the
Ooh.
waitress, who merely nods at him, not understanding, and leaves. The man retrieves a penknife from his pocket, and he unseals the envelope, and he begins to read. The first words of the letter are,
Fuck
"Dear
this.
friend, if you are reading this, then I am dead, and it is up to you to continue what I started." That was our epilogue to foreshadow the new character.
Yay!
Yay!
Why do all my characters have sticks up their asses? This isn't intentional.
This one doesn't.
It's not my fault I'm tired at 11 o'clock at night. Gee whiz!
But speaking of 11 o'clock at night, we actually finished this one at a respectable
He
time.
did.
So I'm going to give myself a pause for that.
And you killed off the exact people you were gunning for. So look
Yeah,
at
I
you,
know.
you bloodthirsty bastard.
I know.
So proud of you. Please don't kill us
I have
on
a
Thursday.
feeling I know who Tom's next character's going to be.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh?
You might say someone in the Federal Bureau of Investigation is receiving some strange intelligence right about now.
Ooh.
Oh.
Friend perhaps.
But thank you, everyone. In 2 weeks, we will be coming back with episode 7 of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth, The Worm That Walks, where, after their terrible loss in this episode, our surviving investigators meet a new ally and are offered a well-deserved chance to rest. But at what cost? And is there a Shoggoth in the lake? We'll find out.
You like them there lakes?
Yeah, he ain't helping. Yeah, Pete ain't helping you with that there leg. He dead. He long gone.
Long
He in
gone.
Romania.
Yeah, he in Romania making them gumbo.
Yeah, you just mentioned something of the lake. You just hear Pete going.
No,
Nick,
it would have been like a random moment where you're like cooking just somewhere in Romania, an old man with like, very long beard just sort of stops and goes, "The gumbo is with us tonight." And just keeps running.
The beard
The
is
gumbo is Speak to me. Speak to me, the gumbo, and tell me someone go dang on one of those legs, get Glucky out again.
The beard is that long, he no longer needs clothes. The beard just covers everything.
Covers his body at this point.
Yep.
Scaly Pete. No matter what I throw out in the world, nothing will undo my greatest creation.
And when you reach the afterlife, Charlie, you are immediately greeted by a huge, heavy-set man who runs towards you and gives you a big hug. And he says, Big Dave approves of people who sacrifice themselves for their friends.
Wait, what? Big Dave's in hell, though.
He can make
Weird.
visits. He just takes
Yeah.
free.
But Satan shouldn't allow people out of hell.
But
No, he allows Big Dave simply because
He
Big
allows
Dave
Big Dave because he's
is a
Big
good
Dave.
person.
Big,
Max, on
Big
the other
Dave
hand,
wasn't
Max ain't
sent
going
to hell. He opted to be a bodyguard in
Opted
hell.
to go there, yes.
Yeah, he gets time off. He gets time off.
He gives you a hug and he says, Big Dave congratulates you.
Just a
You
nice
died to save your friends. You didn't sell them out. And then he looks at the camera and he says, For fuck's sake, Liam.
Just a nice visual of Charlie just leaving the rest of the guys behind, and just a quick brief flick to Dan Blythe, who failed about 4 times to actually slow any of them down to get him.
Yeah, Dad
God
Blythe,
damn it.
Dad Blythe is like guilty. Is like, if I could have just hit one of those things, he could have survived.
Lord
And then
mercy,
he
I wish I
drowns
wasn't so.
himself in
Oh
a
no,
box of
they killed
chocolate
him.
bars.
Lord mercy, I wish I wasn't so fat.
It's too hot today.
Today.
Buries his guilt in a box of chocolate bars.
Yep. The guilt alone will add 15 pounds.
Only
Yep.
15.
Only
Well, it's a generous sitting.
Yep.
That's a single sitting, folks.
Yeah, for him.
Alright, well,
Oh, yeah.
I shall
will
return. I'll
construct-
just end
Yep.
the stream, my
Yeah.
friends, unless if there's
Thank
something you would
everyone
like to
for
say.
coming.
I think we're good. See ya, people.
Good. See you guys.
Bye.
Alright, the guys, there you have it. Episode 6 of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Pardon me. Thank you for joining in. If you have not already, hit that like, follow, and subscribe button and come... I'm just knocking all the cans off. And don't forget to follow me on the Discord if you want to stay up to date of whenever I'm streaming, or if you just come hang chill. More than welcome. And I will see you guys next time. Until then, make sure you have a very good